And it is 5 o'clock, and I see that all the council members are here. Welcome. So with that, I will call this meeting to order. This is a special meeting of the Albany City Council for March 21st, 2022. This is the first of two special meetings this evening. This first meeting will consider the results of negotiations with the Albany Peace Officers Association regarding the resolution establishing the Policing Commission. And City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gary.
Here.
Councilmember McQuay.
Here.
Councilmember Nason.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Here.
And Mayor Jordan.
That's one. I'll be a council member again soon enough. I am here. Thank you. Now would be the time if anybody would like to comment who is attending the meeting to do so. You can raise your hand if you would like. And I am not seeing any hands raised. So with that, we will go to our closed session. See you all there shortly. Welcome back, Council, and welcome attendees. This is the second special meeting of this evening on March 21st, 2022. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Gary.
Here.
Councilmember McQuay.
Here.
Councilmember Nason.
Here.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Here.
And Mayor Jordan.
Here. So this meeting tonight is a study session regarding the housing element for 2023 to 2031 and the San Pablo Avenue specific plan, both in draft form. No action to be taken tonight. This is for the council's information and for the council to provide feedback to staff. And with that, no further ado, take it away, staff, if you would.
If you give me a few seconds to bring them up.
Sure. I guess I'll say for those attending, a presentation on the housing element will occur first. My suggestion to council, if I see affirmative nods, is that we pause after that for council to ask questions, because there's a lot of information. I think covering both items in one go and then asking questions could be rather difficult for everybody to follow. So my plan is to pause after the housing element presentation for council questions, then go to the specific plan presentation and have more council questions, then go to the attendees who want to comment, and then come back to council for further comment deliberation. Does that sound reasonable to everybody? Seeing yes nods, okay, that's what we'll do. All right, thanks. Mr. Miller, welcome. Lovely to have you.
Greetings. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Jeff Bond, the Community Development Director. I'd like to kick this off just briefly and then turn it over to Barry, as Mayor Jordan, you indicated. The main thing I wanted to just kind of set the tone here and set the framework for what we're doing. We have two separate but closely interconnected housing policy and planning processes underway right now. It's a major issue statewide. Every city in the Bay Area are doing a housing element, and many cities are doing specific plans or other sorts of long-range planning documents associated with the housing policy in California. The purpose of this study session is to provide the council an opportunity to provide us some feedback. We've had lots of meetings with commissioners on both topics. We'll continue to have meetings with them. We also will be continuing to have various forms of community engagement. We're happy to continue that, but we need to hear also from the five of you. So looking forward to what feedback and direction you can give us based on what we hear today and the remainder of the work in drafting the documents with the city council, with the Planning and Zoning Commission. We'll be bringing this back to the city council. First, probably a draft housing element, and then later in the summer, the final form of the specific plan for your consideration. So as Mayor Jordan described, I think at this point, I'd like to turn it over to our consultant, Barry Miller, who is working on our housing element, for him to give a brief overview of where he stands with that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Jeff. And good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm just going to confirm that everyone can see my slides on the screen. I see some nodding heads. Great. So I'm going to go through a few PowerPoint slides, and then I'm happy to answer some questions afterwards and look forward to your comments and discussion. As Jeff mentioned, we are now working on the housing element update. I think the council is aware that this is a required part of the city's general plan. It is where we have our policies for housing conservation, production, and affordability, as well as housing for special needs groups. Unlike the other parts of the general plan, the contents of the housing element are very prescriptive. There is a long list of mandatory items we have to cover in the housing element. It's also the only part of the general plan that's subject to certification by a state agency. In this case, we have to submit the element to the State Department of Housing and Community Development. They make a determination as to whether it complies with the government code. The other unique thing about the housing element is that it covers an 8-year planning period. So when the council adopted General Plan 2035 in 2016, that had a 20-year time horizon, or 19 technically. This document has an 8-year planning horizon, and we are moving from what's called the 5th cycle into the 6th cycle regarding those 8-year cycles from when this whole process was initiated several decades ago. We are going to be preparing an element that covers January 2023 through January 2031. Last point I want to make on this slide is that it's very critical that we have a certified housing element. Particularly now, the stakes are getting higher, the penalties are getting greater, and the legal risks of having a non-compliant element are very high now. Just briefly, the contents of the housing element, although it's primarily a policy and program document, it's underpinned by a tremendous amount of technical data and analysis that falls roughly into these buckets that you see here on the screen. There's an analysis of how we're doing implementing the previous housing element, which was adopted in 2015. There's a needs assessment, which looks at census data and evaluates housing needs in the city. A resources discussion, which primarily focuses on where housing can be built within the city. A constraints analysis that looks at all of the obstacles to building housing and how we might address those in the future. And then a new section that is required now by AB 686, only passed a few years ago, which shows how we are affirmatively furthering fair housing through our housing policies. And we'll talk a little bit more about that in a later slide. But those analyses really are what provides the technical basis for our policies and programs. So driving this whole process is what's called the RHNA. This is the Regional Housing Needs Allocation. It's an acronym that's familiar to many of you and to many in the community. The state of California determined that the Bay Area needs to produce 441,176 housing units during the next 8 years in order to balance supply and demand. That is a 135% increase over what the number was during the last 8-year planning period. And that total is allocated to the 101 cities and 9 counties in the Bay Area by the Association of Bay Area Governments, or ABAG. And the way ABAG did that allocation this time around was really through an equity lens that assigned higher percentages, higher numbers to more affluent cities. Albany's share in this process was 335 units during the current cycle, and it's increased by 232% to 1,114 units for the next cycle. What you see here is that this is not just a lump sum number that we have to plan for. It's actually broken down into these income categories that you see on the screen. Just for orientation, the definition of low income for a family of 4 in Alameda County, low income is any household earning less than $109,600 a year. So that's about 45% of our assignment is to plan for that segment of the population, households that are earning below that threshold. The remainder is for above moderate and moderate income housing. Most of that is market rate housing, while the low and very low income is primarily housing that's built with some form of subsidy. So I wanted to highlight some of the housing needs assessment conclusions. If you want to wonk out on this data, we have a gigantic report that has all of this background information, but we are fortunate to have a new census with some new information available to us. So I'm just going to walk through some highlights here in the next 2 slides. First of all, a point that is interesting, I think, is the city gained over 1,700 people between 2010 and 2020, which is a 9.3% increase. Actually, the city gained even a greater percentage between 2000 and 2010. So we're now up about 22% in the last 20 years in terms of the city's population, which is now 20,271. But here's an important point, which is that population growth was not due to housing being constructed in the city, at least during the last 10 years. Besides the Belmont Village assisted living development, there were really only about 100 units that were added in Albany. Most of that growth was the result of larger household sizes and lower vacancy rates. And you can see here that the average household size was 2.34 20 years ago, and it's 2.62 today. So we have more kids, more extended families, larger households, in part due to the high cost of housing. This is not a surprise to most of us. The fastest growing age groups in the city in the last 10 years were I would say the first boomers, the 65 to 74s. We saw a 75% increase in the 65 to 74-year-olds in the community in that 10 years. The next fastest rate of growth was our school age kids, particularly 5 to 14-year-olds, which increased by 21%. The city is becoming more diverse, continuing to become more diverse. This non-Hispanic white population is now the minority in the city, 47% of the total. The greatest increase during the decade were people who considered themselves multiracial or other. The other category doubled during the 10 years. We have about 40% of the city's residents who are either bilingual or have limited English. Of that population, 13% of the city's residents speak English less than very well. We have about 7,500 households in the city, and about 41% of those households have kids under 18 living at home. And that's quite a bit higher than the county average, which is 30%. The percentage of renters in Albany is increasing. It was about 0.7 in the last census, and it's now at 53%. So again, this is just 2 data slides. I'm going to move on to a different topic after this, but this is kind of important information that underpins the whole conversation about housing. We have a large number of residents who are earning less than the amount needed to afford housing in the city, either working here or living here. This is an important point. A household earning $63,000 a year would need to spend half of their income on housing to afford the median price apartment in the city. There are a lot of households in Albany that are earning less than $63,000 a year, so that can be a big cost burden for many of our households. About almost 70% of the city's housing units have 2 bedrooms or fewer. That's compared to 49% in the county of Alameda as a whole. So we have smaller housing units than the county at large and many of the neighboring cities. 87% of the rental units in Albany have 2 bedrooms or fewer. So there's a need for more large family housing, rental units with 3 bedrooms, and so forth. In 2020, about 5% of the housing units in the city were vacant. 50% of the city's housing stock is more than 80 years old. That translates into relatively high need for maintenance and strong interest in rehabilitation and care of an aging housing stock. The percentage of households that are defined as overcrowded is 6.7. Now that is a doubling since 2010, but it's still half of the statewide average, which is 14%. So with those larger household sizes and small housing units, we're seeing more folks who are living in what the census considers overcrowded conditions. The median value of a home in Albany increased by 127% in the 10 years from 2011 to 2021. We're now closing in on 1.2 million for the average, which is faster than the rate of increase in the Bay Area as a whole. And lastly, we have a large percentage of residents who are overpaying for housing. Overpaying means that they're spending more than 30% of their incomes on housing. If you're a renter in Albany, 25% of you are spending more than half of your incomes on your housing costs. So the needs assessment is followed by a site inventory. We've completed the first pass at the site inventory, and I want to just highlight some of the findings here. I mentioned earlier that we need to show that we have capacity to provide 1,114 units of housing. The state is actually asking us to provide a buffer on top of that of about 25%. Because we know that not all of those sites are going to be available for housing. Some of them may develop with other uses, or maybe there may be an owner not interested in developing the site and so forth. That adding a 25% buffer, which is what's recommended by the state, brings the total to closer to 1,400 units. So where do we find sites for 1,400 units in Albany? The first pass at this was really to look at existing zoning and think, if we just base our build out numbers on what zoning is today, where does that land us? And that lands us at about 930 housing units. And I won't go through all the assumptions that got us to these numbers, but I'm happy to answer that in Q&A. We end up with a shortfall of about 460 units. And then the task becomes, how do you close that gap? We're looking at a number of strategies for doing that. One is to increase allowable building heights on San Pablo Avenue. Another is to look at some different development standards for Solano Avenue. We have an 11-acre parcel on the west side of Albany Hill on Pierce Street that has some opportunity but would need to be rezoned, and that's kind of a complicated proposition. There is also a student housing development planned at UC Village, which the state is currently not allowing us to count. So making the case that that is in fact part of our housing need and we should be credited for that has also been part of the dialogue here. I want to point out that for each of those housing sites that got us to that number, we've prepared a 2-page opportunity site profile. There are a total of 45 sites that are identified. 9 of those are on Solano Avenue and 20 of those are on the San Pablo Avenue corridor. For each of those sites, we've provided some basic information, including what the number of housing units would be under current zoning and under the zoning that's been proposed through the draft San Pablo Avenue specific plan. This is a quick summary chart of what happens in the first column if we don't change the zoning at all. You can see this red line is what our regional housing needs allocation is. This is the RHNA with a 25% buffer. With the San Pablo Avenue specific plan and no other changes, we do exceed the RHNA, but there are some equity factors in how we distribute our need around the city. We're trying not to concentrate all of our housing opportunities in a single location. So we're also looking at other places in the city that can help meet that need. And that pushes us up to well over the RHNA if we make a comprehensive set of zoning changes. I mentioned early on that I was going to come back to affirmatively furthering fair housing. There are multiple dimensions to this requirement. The 5 bullets you see on the screen here, I think are important. One is we need to provide data to the state on patterns of segregation, poverty, and exclusion in the community. The patterns are not as stark in Albany as they are in some other parts of California and in other cities in the state. We're a small city geographically and population-wise, but there are patterns that you see when you look at poverty within the city. Fair housing outreach and enforcement, in other words, what steps can the city take to address discrimination in housing, and how can we ensure a fair housing in the community? We need to disperse our housing sites by income. I mentioned that earlier. We can't cluster all of the housing opportunities in one particular location. We also have to mitigate displacement risks. The state is asking us to plan for a lot more housing, but they're also asking us to protect low-income residents in the community who could be affected by rising prices or displacement due to the loss of their housing. And finally, engaging underrepresented communities in planning. And we're doing that through things like having translation at our workshops and reaching out to the faith community and others in the community that represent some folks who haven't traditionally participated in our planning processes. This is the last slide, just to leave you with some of the policy issues that we've been talking about with the Planning and Zoning Commission. The issue of the zoning changes on Albany Hill and what it would take to do that. The need for a specific plan for the San Pablo Avenue corridor in order to come closer to the RHNA number, our ability to count UC Village as part of our housing need, the allowance for taller buildings along Solano, and there's some hesitation to raise heights on Solano in part because of the impacts of state density bonuses for projects with affordable units and the ability to waive height limits for projects that qualify. We're also looking at the state mandate to disperse sites and, as I mentioned from the last slide, ways to mitigate displacement. Just to put a plug in for those who are watching, we do have a Planning and Zoning Commission study session Wednesday at 7 p.m. This will be our 6th meeting on the housing element, and we're going to be focusing on housing constraints. So that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions before we move on to San Pablo. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I will just offer that it was quite a pleasant read, I have to say. Very, very smooth, very easy to understand. Any questions from council members? I will perhaps kick it off then, not seeing anybody jumping in. My understanding is under state density bonus law currently, heights can be waived. It's not a matter of if the building is allowed to be this high, it can be 50% higher. The building can be as high as the developer needs it to be to accommodate the number of residences that they would be allowed to have under a state density bonus. Is that correct?
It is, yeah. The developer's entitled to a certain number of concessions, and then whatever waivers of development standards are needed to make those concessions work, which usually includes a waiver of the height limit. Yes, and Jeff may want to add to any of my responses here as well.
That was great. I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
So just to confirm it, if the zoning, and this is not, housing element, not specific plan we'll get to. But if we don't change the zoning in terms of number of residences per acre and we increase the building height, that doesn't really change the building height appreciably that a developer could seek or request or go after under state density bonus law. Do you think that's a reasonable supposition?
Yeah, I think there are a couple of issues there. One is there's a concern that if we raise the height, then the developer will just ask for another story above and beyond the raised height, and that we're not, we're ending up getting even more height. The other is we can't count the potential for density bonuses when we calculate our ability to meet the RHNA. So the state does not, they assume that we are not offering density bonuses. If we are, then great, but they're not built in to the calculation.
So I understand that. What I'm exploring is in the R3, it's currently 63 residences per acre, I believe.
Right.
And so it's hard for me to see why whatever height limit we have makes any difference if a developer comes in and wants to go for 95 under the maximum state density bonus. They will go to whatever height they need to go to get those 95 residences per acre. So it doesn't really matter what our R3 height limit is. I mean, maybe there's some soft persuasive power on what our de jure height limit is, but under the law, they can get whatever height they want, can't they?
They can.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
There are some exceptions to density bonus provisions, such as, historic resource impacts and things like that, but other things being equal, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pause there. That was my first question. I don't know if anybody else has thought of questions. Otherwise, yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Sort of along those lines, though, couldn't reasonable people make an assumption that there's a level at which it's too expensive to build higher? That's grammatically, I'm sure, not correct, but there's in other words, it's not real likely that somebody would build a 100-story building because it's just not economically feasible. Am I correct? So my point is that we sort of have at least a ballpark idea of how high builders would want to build. Is that sort of true, Barry? Would you say that?
Yeah, I would say that that's correct. And there are some construction thresholds for where it becomes much more expensive to switch to a different method. And you may hear more about that from the San Pablo Avenue specific plan consultants. They've been researching that issue, I know.
So my next point would sort of press, Mayor, are you okay if we kind of weave questions and comments together here, or would you prefer just to have questions?
I kind of prefer questions at this point,
okay.
But
then I'll stop for a minute.
Okay. Does anybody else have? But thank you for asking. I appreciate that. Not seeing anybody else jump forward by eye or hand. I'll ask my next question. Table 3 presumes that all prospective residences along San Pablo and Solano and in the underutilized R3 opportunity sites would be priced for access to households with low incomes. How is that possible?
Yeah, so it wouldn't actually, I mean, that is not our expectation that all the housing would be priced for low incomes. What we're saying, and this probably needs to be clarified in the table, is that those sites provide an opportunity for lower income housing to be constructed. They meet the state threshold, which is a certain number of units per acre. So we're not necessarily saying that that's the expectation. In fact, it would probably be more market rate housing than affordable housing on most of those sites.
Interesting. And so the state has under the housing element law, if there's a number of residences over a certain threshold, then you can say all of them are potentially low income. It's based on density.
Yeah, the threshold is 20 units per acre in cities with 25,000 people or less, and 30 units per acre in cities with 25,000 people or more.
Wow. Okay. Thank you. That's a fascinating, wonky policy bit of knowledge. And yeah, those are the questions I had. Thank you again. Anybody else have any further questions at this time? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Miller, for your time and presenting this. My questions are the committed projects. What are the timelines on those? Like the Saha project and the San Pablo, from like beginning to when we start moving forward and making sure that these projects are in place.
Sure. We can count any project toward our obligation toward that number if it's going to be if it's going to receive a certificate of occupancy between 2023 and 2031. So our assumption is that those projects are going to be built during that time, or at least finished during that time period. So each of those projects may have its own timeline, but we're assuming they're all going to be done by 2031.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Yeah, one or two questions. First, on the vacancy numbers in this report, do we have any data? It sort of says how vacancy has changed or increased, but it's not clear to me if these are, how long units are staying vacant, as we're comparing one decade to the next. I'm assuming those same units haven't been vacant for the whole decade, but do we know, if some units are staying vacant for long periods of time?
Yeah, that's a great question. And unfortunately, we're limited by using the census as our data source. And they're basically giving us the data at one point in time on April 1st, 2020, which was an interesting time if you think back to what was happening on April 1st, 2020. But that's our source in this case. And there may be some other sources through the local real estate community we can look to ask that question more anecdotally. What's the rental vacancy rate? What's the for sale vacancy rate? And what about all these other units? Because my takeaway when I looked at those numbers was, wow, there's a lot of vacant units that aren't for sale or for rent. What are they? And why are they vacant? So it's a good question.
Okay, but that would need its own sort of investigation outside of the census. That makes complete sense. I just wanted to check in on so density bonus, which we talked about a little bit. The density bonus we have at the moment is essentially state density bonus, correct? And that's what's governing any additional on top of what we've got for per acre units as well as height requirements.
Yeah, that is correct.
And density bonus units don't count towards our total, or just if we had a city specific density bonus that went over and above what the state mandated, would those units count towards our total? As it seems like you said earlier that the state ones don't, or they don't assume that we're going to do them. Right.
Local density bonus units wouldn't count either. And I should clarify, if a unit has been approved and it's a density bonus unit, we can count it. It's kind of that theoretical, well, we think that all of these projects are going to apply for density bonuses and therefore we're going to add 35% to our number. That's what we can't do. But if, so for example, the 540 San Pablo Albany Bowl project, we will count the additional units in that project that are entitled through a density bonus, but we just can't speculate as to what future projects might include.
Okay, Great, thank you for that clarification. So if we did do our own city version of a density bonus that was over and above the state, that would hypothetically, seeing as most projects end up using a density bonus, probably help us meet our low income RENA numbers.
It might help you meet your low income RENA numbers, but the state still wouldn't let you count those units.
Not when we're planning it, but when we actually
Oh yeah, once you
permit
build
them and
them.
construct them. Cool.
Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely correct.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you again. So what methods were specifically used to calculate the building makeover?
Sorry, the last part of your question?
Sorry about that noise in the background. The question was, what methods were specifically used to calculate the building makeover?
In other words, how many units would be developed on each project? So we looked at projects in particular along San Pablo Avenue. We looked at what's been approved and built all along that corridor from Emeryville all the way up to Richmond, and looked at the development standards that applied in those cities and said, well, if our standards are changed to be more like those standards, we can expect the same kinds of projects and the same numbers of units, which are larger, bigger projects than what we've been seeing in Albany in the past. So mostly it's a matter of looking at other market, other projects that are happening in the market and transferring those densities to the sites in Albany.
Okay, thank you. And what safety criteria support or do not support our housing density?
And by safety, are you primarily referring to fire safety and earthquake safety and things like that, or? Yeah, it's a good opportunity. So we are also looking at updates to the safety element of the general plan through this process, specifically focused around fire hazards and fire safety. And that's a big driving factor in the assumptions that we're using right now. Evacuation capacity is another issue that we're looking at. Sea level rise is not as much of an issue here as it is in some of the other cities, but that's certainly a factor that other communities are looking at. But we are looking at things like response time for police and fire, and based on fire hazards. Most of the sites that we're looking at are already developed, built up sites, so they're not necessarily high fire hazard properties.
As far as the access to unit to those units for the fire department, I mean, are we taking in consideration that they're able to get to and from without any issues?
I think that's something we'll need to talk to the fire department more about. This is, we haven't had that conversation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
If I may add to that response, we are having that conversation with respect to the specific plan and with individual projects. And there are some nuances to how buildings are designed that we work out with the fire department so they can get the apparatus where they need it, and they can get into the structure and to the roof of the structure and so forth. So that is something that is part of our review process, but just not at this level of detail right now.
Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, and this is probably more of an aside, but one of the issues that we've come to realize over many years is the wealth gap in this country. And I'm trying to think of how we can balance the need for people to build wealth through owning property with our need to create housing, because most of the housing that we build is rental housing. And then when I see like those smaller houses north of Brighton, and it makes sense to consolidate the lots and build multifamily housing, but it also seems like it's taking single family housing out of the market for perhaps people to start to purchase and build wealth on. And how do we balance that?
Yeah, that's a really good question, and it's one I think we need to do some work on that when we get to the policy and program part of this. I mean, I think that we've identified a huge need and a huge gap in opportunities for home ownership because the prices are so high now. So other models like limited equity co-ops and community land trusts become an important part of the solution. And one of the things we'll be looking at are ways that the city can promote that and encourage that in the future. It's a great comment.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, I guess I'll add if there's any way, which there may not be, to estimate how many residences would be in multi-residence buildings would be built as condominiums versus rental. For instance, I know what is now called Metro 510 was originally built as condominiums. Talking to the firm that bought the project and ultimately developed it, they said that to get financing, they were required to rent it for a decade, after which they could convert it to condominiums and sell the condominiums. So obviously complicated picture for developers. So I don't know if there's any good way to estimate that or not, but that might be helpful to know.
Great.
Yes, Councilmember Quinn.
And I think my last sort of general question is looking at the proposed housing sites mainly on San Pablo or just off of San Pablo. It does make me wonder about the tax base that is there and how we're thinking that we're going to make up the difference if we take out the businesses. How are we going to generate revenue?
It's an excellent point. And yeah, I think some of the concept here is that we're focusing on sites that are vacant and underutilized that aren't generating a lot of tax revenue right now. But I know that's not the case for every one of these sites. And in some cases, there may not be enough demand for the ground floor retail that would generate the sales tax and the the other benefits. So it's definitely something that we would need to consider.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to suggest that we move to the next topic. And I see an attendee has their hand raised. I'm just going to reiterate again that the plan here is to move on to the presentation for the specific plan. And then council will ask questions about that. And then attendees will be able to comment at that time on both the element and the plan. So with that, I suggest we move on to I presume Ms. Iceberg. Nice to see you, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Jordan and members of the council. I'm Jean Iceberg with Lexington Planning. I am joined by Jane Lynn from Urban Field Studio. She's in the participants list. And so if we have questions about urban design, we'll bring her in during the Q&A. I have a very short presentation. This is a 100-page document, so happy to get into details during Q&A, but just wanted to provide an overview of the plan and the process for developing the plan, and then highlight the land use section specifically around housing, because that's the primary purpose of the plan, and then discuss next steps and implementation. We do have a website for the project, which is sanpablospecificplan.org, and that contains a repository of all of the meetings to date, the staff reports, attachments, and presentations. So this is a summary of the process to date. We started just 2 years ago and have primarily been working with the Planning Commission to investigate different aspects of land use options related to housing, commercial development, looking at density and height transitions. And then we had a virtual open house last winter. We had actually over 430 participants, which was really, frankly, more than we could have gotten in community meetings. So it was really excellent to see so many people participate in that. And then we had a series of meetings with the Planning Commission over the summer and fall on topics related to land use, urban design, and infrastructure, and then have now started our draft specific plan study sessions and then soon hearings. So the vision for the plan comes from the general plan, which talks about the transformation of San Pablo Avenue from a more commercial boulevard to a transit-oriented mixed-use location. And so that vision is set by the general plan, but currently the zoning standards do not align with that vision. The current zoning allows for about 3-story buildings, ground floor commercial, 2 stories of residential. This is not a typology that's currently being developed in the East Bay. And so as a result, the city hasn't seen this type of development in recent years. The plan is organized into 5 main chapters plus an appendix. There are 3 substantive chapters: land use, urban design, and infrastructure and mobility. And then those chapters are subdivided into a narrative, as well as guiding principles that establish the intent for the chapter and for the content of that topic, and then implementing policies and standards. And this includes direction for subsequent zoning changes, which is really where the rubber hits the road in terms of those densities, heights, design standards. So just highlighting the land use framework. The framework for the plan is that mixed use building typology, ground floor commercial with upper story residential. The general plan has identified major activity zones, and we've tried to really reinforce that with the idea of nodes in 3 locations along the corridor. The general plan looks at the northern node and the Solano node. We've recommended adding a node around UC Village, which has really expanded since the adoption of the general plan. And so whereas the general plan and the zoning currently don't have standards for the nodes, we've suggested creating some here to create more synergies, locations where there's more activity and real placemaking. The plan recommends increases to density, to height, changes to the height transitions to enable a more financially feasible development typology while still allowing for appropriate transitions to existing residential neighborhoods to the east and west. And then lastly, the plan supports a range of different housing types to accommodate different incomes to support economic and racial diversity in the city. So I alluded to the zoning changes that would ensue as a result of the plan. So on the top row, we just have a representation of the existing zoning, starting at San Pablo Avenue and then looking to the east or the west. We have a 38-foot height limit in the SPC zone. That drops down due to the daylight plane requirement. And then we have really modest drops to the R3 and R2 districts. It's fairly similar heights across all 4 of these zones. The proposed changes would increase the heights and density allowances in the SPC zone, fronting San Pablo Avenue, and then in certain places, all the way through the block to Keynes and Adams. For example, if you have that SPC zone running all the way through the block, or as an incentive for lot consolidation to allow a little more height on that R3 zoned property fronting Keynes and Adams. You may have noticed some public comment around concerns about the height transition. The proposal recommends replacing the daylight plane, which is shown here and in gray, underlying here, with a step back. And that's really because if we extended the current daylight plane, you really couldn't get to the height limit in a typology that works. Typically, these buildings are a single loaded or better yet, a double loaded corridor, and you wouldn't be able to achieve that type of development and a feasible development typology. So instead, we've suggested a step back that would move the building separation away from the R3 high density district. This is an illustration of what this could look like. This is a long-term plan. We don't expect redevelopment to take place overnight. We do expect it to unfold over time, and with initial projects coming through as more catalysts, that we may see more development ensue in subsequent years. So next steps, right now we're holding study sessions. When we come back for adoption hearings, we'll have the CEQA document, which is in the form of an addendum to the general plan EIR. We will have general plan amendments. This was another issue that came up in the public comment that you received. There have been concerns about the general plan consistency. And the way this will work is that the general plan amendments are adopted prior to a specific plan. This is fairly typical in these types of specific plans that come after a general plan. In this case, that will be amendments to FAR limits to height, but not amendments to the vision of mixed use development on San Pablo. We'll come back with a revised public review draft based on the feedback that we got from the Planning Commission, which is in your packet, based on feedback from the council tonight, as well as the community. And then lastly, we'll be adopting zoning amendments and design standards at the same time as the specific plan. And that's to make sure that the implementation ensues right away, so there won't be any gap. I'll just leave this last slide for a moment. This again is the website. We do have a box on the website so people can provide their public comments and any feedback they have on the draft plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, you and staff for years of work here getting this done. And I should also thank the prior city council who got this process started. So I feel fortunate to be able to come in at the end of this. Are there any council member questions? All right, well, maybe I'll kick it off. If I read correctly, I think I read that it would allow full height for SPA through zone lots. So I know there was a zoning change recommended or included in the draft to zone the entirety of the block bounded by Keynes, Washington, San Pablo, and Solano as SPC. And so does that mean that buildings along Keynes would be able to be 65 feet high? Is that the implication of that in that location?
That's right. There would still be a step back requirement. This is a comment that also came up at the Planning Commission. They had similar concerns at the northern node where you could go to 85 feet, that we should have more of a transition on those locations where we have those through lots. So there's a little bit of a balance. Obviously, the through lot is a better site for a developer. It's a little more efficient. So we want to think about how we can make that site efficient, but at the same time, make sure that there's an appropriate setback and really use the width of the street across Keynes or Adams, in this case, primarily Keynes, to have that building separation.
Thank you. I will, Councilmember McQuaid.
I think Councilmember Nason had her hand up first.
Oh, sorry about that. Councilmember Nason.
No worries. Thank you. This is impressive work and much appreciated. And it's wonderful over the years seeing it starting to come to culmination. What I was wondering is if you could give us just a quick walkthrough on how what is being proposed here for Albany is the same or is different from what we are seeing to the south in Berkeley and to the north in El Cerrito.
Sure, and I'll go ahead and just bring up a graphic from the plan itself. So El Cerrito is somewhat similar. There are different zones in El Cerrito. So this graphic is showing San Pablo Avenue from El Cerrito through Oakland. And so El Cerrito is sort of somewhat similar. There's two zones that go up to 65 feet or 85 feet. In Berkeley, the height limit is typically lower. It's 40 feet for a housing project, 50 feet for a mixed use project with ground floor commercial. And we've shown this line here, which indicates that most projects on San Pablo and Berkeley are taking advantage of density bonus to get another story or two. Emeryville and Oakland typically are higher. Emeryville, the base zone is 50 feet, but they have a local density bonus that allows for more density than state law. And so we see developers there could go up to 100 feet or higher. And then Oakland, since it's such a big city, there's several different height limits, but up between 35 and 120 feet.
Thank you.
Now, Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. On page 45 in chapter 2, there's the lists of amenities, or I guess if they provide certain amenities, that works with their density bonus. Or anyway, a lot of those things I think we'd like to have it as a requirement. And so I'm wondering if there's a way of not having them be specially granted, be a requirement. We have a public art ordinance, but it talks in there about public art. Well, they already have to do that, so why are we repeating it? And I think that we would prefer to have all electric construction, so that perhaps we can just have that as a requirement.
Yeah, that's a great question. So the idea here is to start to identify objective standards, because that's what we need to do now, typically under state law, that would be required of projects. And so in some cases, in this case, we've mentioned public art, but said that it would need to be on site rather than paying the fee in lieu. And so that would be just to get that art on site rather than putting it in the fund to spend elsewhere. We could require all electric construction for all projects. We just want to be cognizant it's not required citywide yet. And so it does create a sort of a different standard for the plan than for the rest of the city. But we've suggested adopting this particular page by resolution so that it can be more easily updated from time to time because, for example, the EV ready charging, this is something that's going to change probably every year for the next 5-10 years. The other reason we've sort of stipulated these and is that when developers do state density bonus law, they tend to want to waive things. And so it's a little bit belt and suspenders. But if they try to waive the ground floor commercial requirement, well, it's also in this required list of amenities. You need to hit at least 2 or 3. And so it's another way for us to try to get someone to avoid a waiver under state density bonus law and really get that ground floor ground floor commercial.
Okay, great, thank you. I don't have a lot of questions about parking. I have a lot of comments about it, but I guess my one question is regarding bundling. And what would prevent someone from saying, no, they don't want to pay for parking, which I could understand, but then parking their car or cars out in the neighborhood? How can that be avoided without having bundled parking?
Right, the way we proposed it now, we don't have any limitations on someone parking on the street. I have seen other cities who have residential permit parking requirements try to restrict specifically new multifamily developments from receiving a permit. So that's one way to do it. If there are timed parking requirements on certain streets, which would require someone to move their car every 3 hours, that could certainly be a disincentive to park on the street.
Okay, we'll come back to that. On page 97 of chapter 5, it shows a loss of 239,000 square feet of commercial. And then on page 36, it shows a loss of 74,000 square feet. Can you help me understand? It seems like I must be reading it wrong or something.
Yes, so to clarify, the general plan, the addendum to the general plan EIR that we're working on to evaluate CEQA compares the specific plan to the general plan. And so the larger number is a hypothetical loss. Essentially, the general plan assumed that there'd be more commercial development on San Pablo Avenue and less residential development compared to the specific plan. The 74,000, which I think you quoted, I'm not looking at the number right now, that's an actual potential loss of existing commercial space that exists today, based on our sort of opportunity sites analysis of what could turn over.
Okay, great, thank you. And I think I have one last question. I think I had heard during one of the meetings, perhaps in the summer, and I think I read it somewhere in there too, about ground floor commercial perhaps being a harder sell. It's easier to do one type of tenant, be it just residential all over. Requiring ground floor commercial, will that make it harder to get projects?
That's a great question. I think, if we look on San Pablo Avenue, it tends to be a requirement in most cities around us. I think it's required on most of Berkeley's San Pablo Avenue and El Cerrito as well. I think developers are getting more and more used to it. We know that they tend not to like it. It is a loss leader. They don't, these spaces tend to be vacant in the early years and the rent levels are low. So it's a balance that working with the Planning Commission, we explored some options of not requiring ground floor retail everywhere, just at the nodes or just at the corners. But there was really a sense from the commission and the community that they really wanted the ground floor commercial. And so but we've left it in as a requirement everywhere, just like today.
Thank you.
Yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to clarify on the graph that you put up earlier in response to Councilmember Nasrin's question with the proposed height and density of the one comparing our heights to the cities around us. We would be basically between we'd be above Berkeley and about at parity with El Cerrito, though with a slightly higher base height requirement or minimum or maximum, excuse me.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And then if I may, I think it was Councilmember Queta earlier was asking about the construction types. And based on our analysis, we do believe that after that 85-foot height limit, or 9 stories, that is a change in construction type. And so it's probably not viable to go that high, because then someone really wants to go to 180 feet to make it pencil for steel or concrete.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, my understanding is under state density bonus law, they wouldn't be able to get enough residences if the base height was 85 feet. They wouldn't be able to get enough residences from density bonus law to go to 180 feet. I mean, to make it work for those more expensive building types.
That's right. So if someone could get, now they can get about a 50% density bonus, 50. And so let's say you've got an 8-story building, 7 of those stories are residential, maybe you can get 3.5 more stories. So that puts you at 10.5 stories. We just haven't really seen that typology around. You know, you see some bigger buildings in Oakland, 8, 9 stories, but that's kind of it. Downtown Berkeley has bigger buildings that are being proposed, but you know, that's a very different rent schedule, much higher rents there. And you know, we just, right now, we're not seeing that higher limit.
So part of my understanding of what's going on is by increasing the building heights, in a sense, we're sort of pushing towards that break point in construction cost. And by doing that, should the council adopt a specific plan with these heights, we're essentially bringing inbounds residences that we can then claim in the housing element, which may likely be built anyway. But if we don't increase the height limit that's allowed under our code, we're not going to be able to claim those for the housing element.
That's right. And, you know, about a year ago, we were working with the commission on this idea of a local density bonus, where we just keep the base heights where they are now, allow for greater density bonus than you can get under state law. It was a little bit crafty, but based on early conversations with HCD, we were not, as you said, we were not going to be able to count those units. And so for the purpose of the housing element, that strategy really wasn't going to work.
Thanks. And then a couple more questions for me. Was greater height considered at the Solano San Pablo node?
We did, and maybe Jane can unmute if she remembers why it dropped off, but we ended up really focused on the northern node because it is so proximate to BART. And so there's, you know, certain efficiencies there with the building type. The sites do get a little bit smaller at Solano, which frankly is going to be more challenging for any type of development, but I'm pretty sure that's the reason why it fell off.
Yeah, I would confirm that it's the size of the parcels that really, it's a bit limiting for that kind of height. And so it does make sense to have the height be a little bit, well, it's still quite tall, but not the maximum. And it'll make a better corner there as well. It'll frame it better.
Thank you. And then final question. I believe Albany currently has a bike parking requirement. If somebody could confirm that and what it is, I think it's 1 space per residence, long-term secure space per residence, but I might be incorrect in that.
I can confirm that's correct.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from any council members? All right, with that, now is the time for attendees who have waited quite a long time to be able to comment. I would ask you to raise your hands now. I don't see anybody calling in by phone, so you're able to raise your hand by using a raise hand feature. So seeing that there are 5 hands raised, 6 hands raised, I have a feeling we're going to go over 7 o'clock to get this done, but I know people have been waiting a very long time and this is an important issue, so I am not inclined to reduce the speaking time. So City Clerk, thank you for setting the clock to 3 minutes. And if you would invite in the first commenter. Welcome. And you are muted. And you are still muted.
Edfield.
Maybe we can rotate to somebody else and welcome.
Hi, my name is Brian Martin. I shared a number of comments already in writing. I had questions that I would hope it would be addressed, and I think some people have talked about it some this evening, but wanted to get some clarification. So, isn't it the case that the higher we set our height limits, like on San Pablo, for example, the less incentive developers have to qualify for state density bonus? So the fewer low-income units they will build. For example, the bowling alley project is 5 to 6 stories. That's taller than our existing zoning, but it uses density bonus, and so they're building in some low-income units, and it goes through blocks. So if the San Pablo Avenue specific plan were in place back then as it exists today, isn't it the case that it would allow basically 8 stories by right for a through block development with no incentives for low income units in it? Thank you.
Thank you. And we will hold answers to any questions until after all the attendees who want to comment have commented. Welcome.
Hi, this is Margie Marks. I just wanted to state at the outset the draft of the new housing element says that the city provides the community showers at the pool, but it's not the city that provides them. It's the Diverse House Working Group. I also, the state wants the city to engage renters and low-income people. So I heard Mr. Miller say that you were going to reach out to churches, but I want to know what else you're doing to reach out to renters and low-income people in the city to get people's reaction to this. In the 2015 to 2023 housing element, it states on page 2-9 that the City Council created an affordable housing fund, which becomes a repository for funds that may be used to support affordable housing in the future. In the new housing element in your draft, it says that the city directs affordable housing related revenues to the human services budget. Funds have been insufficient to justify a dedicated affordable housing fund. And I think that's not good enough. I heard a presentation by EBHO a couple months ago. They said to live in the city of Albany now, to buy a house, you have to make $300,000 or $400,000. And I don't want to live in that kind of city. I want our city to be able to subsidize people that want to live here. Another way of doing that is a community land trust. The trust owns the property. They can either own a condo or a single family home or an apartment building. But the people that live in those residences can build wealth, which is what we want our citizens to be able to do, build wealth. So if the city could just take some bold steps here, I would really appreciate that, because I don't want to wait until it's too late. Rent control and just cause for eviction preserve the affordability of existing non-subsidized affordable housing, plus rent control and just cause affirmatively further fair housing. So I want to know what the city is putting in for renter protections for the 53% renters that live in this city. What renter protections are being put into the housing element? And I have a lot more, but I'll let it go at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next commenter. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Nick Pilch. Thank you for taking my comments. And I sent a letter previously. I'll try not to repeat everything that's in the letter, but highlight some points. I appreciate the previous commenter talking about being bold. I do think we have to be bold. While other cities have planned for accommodating more housing over the years, Albany actually in the 2000s went the other way and made it more difficult for us to build housing. Therefore, I think we really need to sprint ahead and be bold and aggressive with these plans, and I think they are somewhat bold and aggressive, but I think we should not hesitate to push the envelope. In terms of parking, I disfavor parking, motor vehicle parking, because it makes it more difficult to build the housing that we so desperately need. So allow the developers, I think we should allow the developers to set the parking standards that they think that they want, that will allow their projects to pencil out. And although there's a great deal of, or there seems to be people commenting on the parking in neighborhoods, there's no evidence that this Parkmageddon will happen. And in fact, a recent study in Berkeley shows that multifamily housing is underparked. So, but if for some reason parking does become a problem in the neighborhoods, then there are well-known parking management solutions like neighborhood parking permits and parking meters that cities use to manage parking in the neighborhoods so that people who live in those neighborhoods can have their parking still. I appreciate the conversation about building wealth. I would much appreciate it if we could build much more, maybe smaller condos that would be affordable to those who do want to purchase and build wealth. I think that's the only way we're going to build wealth, because right now all the single family zoning is for millionaires. The only people who can come in and buy housing in the single family neighborhoods in Albany are millionaires. And so pivoting off of that, I would say that the city council ought to think about eliminating single family zoning in Albany. Keeping single family zoning, even though there is SB 9, which is very complicated, means that only millionaires can live in the single family houses in Albany, and those single family homes cover a great deal of the geographical area. And if you don't allow any multifamily building in those areas, then you are pricing out the lower income people from those areas of Albany. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Clay Larson, I also submitted comments. I won't go through all of them. I do think the claim by the consultant that this was some hidden vision in the general plan is nonsense. The goal was always to make to change development standards to make them as attractive as possible to developers. Not an unreasonable plan, but it certainly requires a change in the general plan. And I think it's still going on. I think if you read the specific plan carefully, there's still some things in flux. For mixed-use development, I think if you read page 26, it reads like the death knell of mixed-use development. Page 39 suggests that ground floor commercial and mixed-use development will only be required at the commercial node. So I'm not sure where we're going there, and I think the council will have to weigh in. The council's talked about that. They haven't talked too much about the production of affordable units on site. I think at least diagrammatically on page 23, it looks like you get much more bang for your buck with in lieu fees, but it does require the city, in this case, to leverage whatever funds you get with state and federal funding. I don't think small Albany is capable of doing that. So I think we're better off with affordable units on site. Another issue that keeps coming up is parking. And here, interestingly, the specific plan appears to recommend that we retain the one parking space per unit. I think it's also significant that the consultants showed that the gain in housing associated with reduction in parking is actually minimal. The specific plan process should have included an up-to-date parking study to determine the impact of the proposed infill development. The general plan notes that parking has been a problem for many years. The general plan specifically requires the city to ensure that development along the San Pablo Avenue corridor is designed to minimize adverse traffic, parking, and circulation aspects on Keynes and Adams. So I think, although I've heard the commissioners say that they propose zero parking, I think this is largely ideological. I think a parking study would enable the commission and the public to understand the impact here. The final comment I would make quickly is I think the council's kind of simple-minded approach to the height impacts. We see these diagrams that show the heights of buildings in El Cerrito and Berkeley, Emeryville, Oakland. You also have to look at the near adjacency of housing, because it varies. Some cities have natural barriers like BART tracks and industrial zones, which make the impact less. All right, I'm running out of time. That's my comments.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, everybody. You know, I remember watching on TV a few years ago. There used to be this show that I used to love to watch, and it was Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? You know, everybody wants to be a millionaire because that's what it takes to afford a house or a home in Albany. But not everybody can get on TV and win that television show or $1 million. You know, it's tough to generate wealth, you know, when the city's minimum wage or living wage is $15 an hour. It's tough to buy a house, you know, with the housing element. It's tough. It's really tough. So I was wondering what sort of these units are going to be available for, you know, not just low income, but very low income and extremely low income. I mean, it's great. We got policies implemented with, oh, we got one unit. Oh, it gets a bike parking spot. That's cool. Well, what about every building having one extremely low unit and one very low income and one low income? I mean, there should be a strict policy on that. Let's see here. As far as San Pablo goes, I didn't notice any industrial zones, but I don't know, it's the whole housing element. I just had a question on, is it possible to build housing on industrial land? Somehow it could be zoned for that. Like down on Jacuzzi Street, we could build up over there, or maybe change the zoning on Jacuzzi Street. Could be commercial / residential, industrial. I don't know. I think Jacuzzi Street might be a good area for some potential housing. Also, what percentage of this housing is going to be for possibly educators in Albany? What housing is going to be available for educators? People who care about our community, our teachers, people who live and work and play in Albany. You know, we got to make room for our educators. That way they've got time to grade papers and not be stuck in traffic to drive to Pleasanton and back. So please make room for our educators. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello, I'm Amy Smolens. I live on Keynes Avenue, a short block off San Pablo Avenue, and parking is not a problem there. I support additional housing, much needed housing in Albany, and a more walkable and community-oriented San Pablo Avenue. I've ridden my bike a lot along 10th Street behind the new San Pablo Avenue apartments and condos, and the step-down levels there really keep the residential neighborhoods feel, the residential feel, and it makes them still feel light. And so I hope that you'll consider heights and step downs similar to those. Unfortunately, to me, the height numbers don't really mean a lot other than what I see. And I know what I see in Berkeley, and it's very attractive, and it doesn't detract from the residential feel there. Reducing car use is definitely necessary to comply with our climate action plan and reduce our carbon footprint, pollution, fires, all that stuff. However, if you reduce the car parking, as a couple of people wrote in their letters, you must also provide green options, at least 2 bike parking spaces per unit, including for long-tailed and cargo bikes, which you see are really popular with families. You see them on San Pablo all the time and Solano all the time. Provide transit passes to access BART and AC Transit, as someone else did suggest. I think that's, if you're going to reduce car parking, you've got to provide alternatives. As far as not using their car parking space, and then parking in the neighborhoods. I lived in Queens for a long time, and when I started, I had a car so I could drive to my basketball team practices. And finding parking became so much of a hassle when I came home that I gave up. I said, forget it. I got rid of my car. I didn't want to walk at night from my car to my apartment. I didn't feel safe. I went everywhere with transit and bikes, and that was that. And now we've all been reading lately on Nextdoor about all these car thefts and catalytic converter thefts. So I think honestly that if someone doesn't have a car parking space, they're not going to feel safe parking blocks from their residence, and that convenience and safety will rule, especially if you provide those alternatives for transit and bike parking. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, council and staff. Ian McLeod, I'm on the Planning and Zoning Commission. I just wanted to weigh in a little bit. I think this is great that our housing element and our specific plan are working together. I think they need to work hand in glove and support each other. Mr. Miller's done great work, as well as the other consultants on the specific plan, and it's really been a pleasure to be a part of the process. The big picture is we need more housing, and we need to address our environmental crisis, and building housing on San Pablo Avenue and more housing in the city, it achieves that. It achieves both these goals of climate action and helping to end homelessness, providing a better social equity environment for our city, et cetera. And I just wanted to comment on one thing about the density bonus law and our inclusionary ordinance. We already have an inclusionary ordinance that requires 15% low income residences in our projects. And by doing that, the developers automatically already qualify for the state density bonus law. So it's not like they're doing anything extra to qualify for state density bonus law if they're already complying with our local inclusionary zoning ordinance. And I've suggested at some meetings that we actually change ordinance from 15% to 20%. And I would suggest that across the board for all projects in the city. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's a separate process. It hasn't been included in the housing element or the specific plan, but it could be done something in parallel. And it is a different process. It has to have state approval and be justified. So maybe that could be talked about a little bit by the consultants and staff tonight, and also considered by the council. So I want to thank everybody for the great work, and looking forward to seeing how this evolves and getting, and just encouraging housing on San Pablo. I think it's a great thing for our city. Getting more people in our city, it's a great thing. It'll make San Pablo Avenue a much better place. It is not a great street right now. It really divides our city. I think we want to have this kind of development with commercial on the ground floor to bring a much more lively environment to our city where everybody can meet instead of having it divide our city. So yeah, please, consider commercial along the whole corridor. I think it's good, much livelier streetscape, better urban environment. 6 stories is a great urban height for cities, for city design. I think it's entirely appropriate for a boulevard of this size. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Apologize for the freeway noise. Okay, I didn't really get the answer to Mayor Jordan's first question about the height limits on the 800 block of Keynes Avenue, where it's proposed to be zoned SPC through the block. My impression is that that would be 85 feet, and I didn't really hear an answer to that. The basic premise that you were told is that our current zoning does not align with the general plan. That's the basic premise for this specific plan. I would argue that our current zoning standards align perfectly with the general plan. You were told that over 400 participants were involved in the virtual open house. I think I was counted 10 times. My understanding is there were only about 80 unique participants, and maybe only half of us even lived in the general neighborhood. Going back to the housing element, it identifies opportunity sites, for example, on San Pablo and Solano Avenues. And many of the opportunity sites that were identified were not identified in the last housing element, but they really didn't change in the last 8 years. It's just they were identified now. And so if we go back to the current zoning, the graph that you were shown with the current zoning, what if city staff and consultants identified more opportunity sites? I mean, is that the only reason that we didn't cross the red line and meet the requirement of RENA? It just seems rather arbitrary, I guess, is what I'm saying. A couple more things real quick. This San Pablo specific plan, as I understand it, is proposing to remove the density limit, the 63 units per acre density limit, so that the city would have no density limit whatsoever. Just want to clarify that. And the graph that you were shown with adjacent cities, the little block of heights for El Cerrito, you were shown the El Cerrito zoning around the BART stations. You weren't shown the El Cerrito zoning that's not around the BART stations, which is lower. And those are all the comments I could remember while driving on the freeway. Thank you.
Thank you. And not seeing any other hands raised, we will bring it back to council. I'm going to go through some of the questions that were posed by attendees. Probably maybe the first one, and my understanding from reading the specific plan was there was a proposal to increase Albany's inclusionary housing requirement to 20%, but maybe I didn't read that correctly.
The specific plan does not propose that here. If voluntarily to get up to that 85 feet, we have said voluntarily to get that increase, you would need to provide 20%. As the Commissioner McLeod alluded to, in order to increase the inclusionary requirement from 15 to 20%, the state now does require an additional study to demonstrate that it is financially feasible. So right now, still 15% as proposed, but voluntarily 20% if you want to get that higher height limit.
And the higher height, that being available only in the
northern, only in the
northern
northern node.
Okay, thank you. I will note that my increase in the height limit, well, I guess it doesn't make any difference because it's based on, well, let me put it this way. The current density is 63 residences per acre. Does increasing the height limit and doing away, this is another question, with the 63 units per acre, does that end up with a higher notional density? Because my understanding is you need some notional density for state density bonus to work against. Otherwise, you don't know what your state density bonus is.
So other cities that don't have residential density, as in dwelling units per acre, basically use floor area as a instead. And so, for example, Berkeley does not have residential density, and so they use floor area. So that's one thing. So I think the related question that a couple of speakers brought up is how the inclusionary housing requirement changes under the specific plan. If we think about right now, we've got essentially 3 stories allowed on San Pablo. So a project provides 15% inclusionary in that project, including if a project state density bonus. So let's say that 3 stories goes up to 6, the 15% inclusionary requirement is still based on that base project, the 3 stories. By us increasing this to 68 feet, 6 stories, we've now increased the floor of the below market rate requirement. So our 15% is now based on that 6 stories. So it is, with the proposed zoning, it is actually increasing the number of below market rate units that feasibly you would get on a site.
Yes, because I mean, from the example of 540 San Pablo, which is proposed as 6-story, it is at a higher density than 63 residences per acre. Okay.
That's right.
Okay. Let me look through the other questions that were put forward here. Let's see. Could you maybe go into a little more detail on what height is proposed to be allowed on the west side of the 800 block of Canes, which is the one side of the block that's supposed to be entirely SPC?
So yes, so to clarify, the only place where 85 feet is allowed on that through block is on the northern node. So that's north of is it Clay or Brighton on that east side. And then at the Solano, between Solano and Washington on the east side of the block, it's still only that 68 feet. But because that would be rezoned to the SPC, it would be 68 feet through the whole block between Canes and San Pablo.
Thank you. And there was a question about adding, if the housing element, so housing element question, if the housing element were to add in all the opportunity sites from the prior housing element that were not included in this housing element, what would that do? I think I know why they weren't included, but not for me to answer.
The table that bar chart that I put up on the screen actually did include all of the additional sites that we added. Had we not shown those, that would have been a much shorter bar. The reason we didn't include those last time is that there were not sufficient incentives to encourage housing on those sites.
I'm going to break in here because it's actually the reverse question. My understanding from what the commenter said was that there were sites that were included in the last housing element that are not proposed to be included in this housing element. Is that a true statement?
There may be 1 or 2 very small sites that we determined weren't viable, but for the most part, we're carrying all of, at least on San Pablo Avenue. I can think of one site that we dropped, which was just a 5,000 square foot site that I think we said could support 4 units, but the rest of the sites are all carried forward. And then we've added at least 10 more sites to the inventory because of the increased economic, the economic factor with allowing taller buildings would make those sites more developable.
Great, thank you. And those are the questions that I'm going to forward on from the commenters. If there are other questions that were raised by commenters that any council member would like to ask, please do so. Otherwise, we will go bring it back to council, and with a note that I'm going to break in a couple minutes and let those who join know that we're continuing with our special meeting with this study session, so that we can actually say what we think now that we're at deliberation. Would any council member like to comment at this point or ask further questions? Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Sure, I'm happy to kick us off. I've been waiting a long time for us to really delve into this. This is sort of my wheelhouse of housing. To start us off, I just wanted to call out some of the stuff from the demographic review that we got, which is really detailed and I think really useful. and really illustrates how much of a housing crisis we are in as part of a region, as well as Albany itself. You know, that shows that we have a huge number of people who are rent burdened or severely rent burdened. That means they're paying way too much on their rent, either 30% or 50%. We have growing overcrowding, which, seeing as we have most of our housing stock is, you know, 2-bedroom houses, that's really not a good thing. And I think there was also a couple points that we didn't touch on this presentation, but really deserve to have. Albany is a housing well for other places around us. We are not creating as many jobs as a lot of places in the Bay Area are, but we do need to be constructing housing because people are pouring in and people want to live here. And if that's going to keep happening, which it is not going to stop, we need to actually be building the housing to go along with it. And there was also, I think, another point in there that just we're more economically integrated than most enclaves around here are. You know, small cities that are usually pretty segregated around economic status. We're more integrated than most, but that's not going to keep happening if we don't build housing. People are going to get pushed out because there's just not enough supply. Now that I've called out all that, I want to just say one more thing before I get into some specific comments about these plans and I've said this before at meetings, whenever we're talking about housing, we have to be very careful in the reasons we're saying we should slow down, because the needle has been moving so far towards making things more difficult, and the supply has not been keeping up with how much we need for so long that anytime we say no to a way to create more housing, we have to acknowledge that we're making a choice to make it more difficult for people to live here, for people who don't already own homes here to come in, to make it so that housing supply is just not going to be created in this area, in the region. And if we don't do that, then we're not going to solve the housing crisis. And that may require making some changes to how our city looks and changing how things are done. But the moral imperative is really strong to be careful about why we're saying no to that. And I just think we need to always keep that in mind. On specific issues, yes, go ahead.
I apologize for interrupting, but I see it's 7:02. So I just want to let those who have kindly joined our meeting at this point, while our regular meeting was scheduled to start at 7 o'clock, we are still in a study session regarding the housing element and the San Pablo specific plan, which are both in draft form. We are going to continue with that. I don't have a crystal ball. My guess would be we are going to continue discussing that for at least another 20 minutes and probably another half hour. So if you are looking forward to the regular meeting, I encourage you to monitor the meeting, and you can otherwise go to other items and come back at that time. Thank you. Yes, please, Vice Mayor Teeman.
Yes. So to get to more specific issues, to then go into parking, which mercifully we haven't discussed as much as we initially do when these discussions comes up. Quickly, housing becomes a discussion about parking, but I think it's important to talk about. I support what some of the commenters said. I don't think we need any sort of parking minimums on new housing. I think it's perfectly acceptable to let developers decide what makes sense. And we keep hearing that other cities have done this. Other cities have taken away parking minimums, and it hasn't resulted in the cities exploding. They have made it work. It does work. We are adding a stumbling block on housing creation in the favor of cars if we add any sort of parking minimums. So I think we should completely take that out. I think that's been discussed at the Planning and Zoning, and there's a lot of support for it on that body. And I just don't think that it is worth it to not have housing in order to have more parking spaces. I mentioned this earlier in our questions. I think we absolutely should have local density bonus, a local density bonus ordinance. The state is really useful, but we can go above and beyond that and get more affordable units out of any housing development, especially as, like I think a huge percentage of projects use the density bonus. It's just really in their interest and really benefits us. So if we can go above and beyond that as part of this, I think that's really necessary, which I don't think comes as a surprise. I've been talking to Jeff about doing that for more than a year now, and this is the time to do it, I think, as part of this larger discussion. I'd also say that, you know, we're talking mostly about San Pablo Avenue, but we mentioned in the general housing element that we should also upzone Solano and allow more height requirements or less height maximums. I think that's absolutely necessary, as Solano is, you know, less underdeveloped than San Pablo, but it's definitely necessary to build more there and spread that out over town. I think in that same vein, we need to essentially get rid of single family zoning to as great an extent as we can. Economically, that's not, you know, that's not going to result in houses that are selling at median over $1 million being torn down to create apartments, but it gives more flexibility and there's a chance it'll create more housing units in the long term. It's also, I think, just ethically the right thing to do considering what single family zoning has been used for. I think the opportunity sites we've identified are all very good. I think they're well justified and I think there's a lot of detail in there. I'd just add that I think it's mentioned in one of the attachments we have, I can't remember which, of possibly looking at the strip of land that City Hall is on as an opportunity site, and what we could do there. I think that would be great, and that's, you know, something we have control over, and would be a chance to build something higher there. So I think that should be added and looked at. And I think that's it for now. I may have more that I'm forgetting, but I've talked for a long time, which I apologize for. This is a lot of things that I've been waiting the year of my term to get into.
Thank you. And yeah, I don't think speaking for 8 minutes on topics as weighty as these is talking too much, but we'll see. That's, you know, I talk a lot. Councilmember Gary, please.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. This question is for Mr. Miller, and I'm going to piggyback on one of the commenters who's asked a question about when you're reaching out to the community about housing issues. You may or may not know I am a renter. How are you going to get us to the table? Those of us that are renting, those that have families that are trying to contribute to housing that is having a hard time. Are you bringing us to the table and having that conversation and assessing our needs as renters on what you can do to help in this scenario?
Thank you for asking that question. Yes, I want to clarify one thing too, which is that the housing element has not yet been written as a draft document, that we're right now still in the data collection stage, that the documents you've seen so far are the background reports on which the policies and programs are going to be developed. So we still have a lot more work to do. And part of that work is reaching out to our renters. The way we've done that in the past, and we'll probably continue to do that, is through organizations like the Diverse Housing Working Group and EBHO and others in the community who are connected to the renters in the community. You know, we could look at doing a focus group with renters or something like that if you feel like that would be a good step for us. But what we've been doing in the past and what we hope to do in the next few months is really reach out to the existing community organizations. I mentioned the faith community earlier, but you know, we're open to ideas and suggestions about the best way to do that, in addition to going to our community stakeholders.
Thank you for that. I do believe a forum would probably suffice, and reaching out to these renters, marketing, getting them outside of their homes to have that conversation without feeling that they're going to be retaliated against for sharing information to help the process as far as a renter. So I agree. I look forward to seeing that. I know that you stated that you're working on that, and it would be great to know some of the timelines that in place to meet that need, or at least have that form, or at least even start having the conversation would be great. So thank you. My other question is, you know, we're talking about, you know, Vice Mayor Tiedemann talked about, you know, housing. We know that housing is an issue, you know, because because that's just what it is right now. And we're developing all this housing. You know, as we know, the rich is not homeless. It's those that are looking for houses that can't afford. It's basically working class people that are trying to keep a roof over their head. And so as far as offering very low to low income housing, what is stopping us from preventing developers to come in without offering more than one? We should have a couple, maybe 5. What is stopping us from doing that as a council and city?
That's one of the things we're looking at in the constraints discussion in the housing element. And some of these are things we can control, like zoning, and some of them are things we can't control, like the availability of tax credit financing and money and the cost of construction. So we're doing what we can through the things that the city can control through our regulations, through our fees and so forth. But at the end of the day, you know, we're a little bit dependent on state and federal funding and financing and things that are out of our control. So it's lobbying and trying to get more support for those programs that bring money to the city. And that's true everywhere in the Bay Area right now.
And then my last one is in regards to parking. And this is not necessarily directed to you, Mr. Miller. I'm just throwing it out there, but thank you for your responses. So I know parking is a hot issue. We go back and forth. Do we need parking? Is it too much parking? There's not enough parking. You know, I've listened to the comments. I've listened to people speak about, you know, having alternatives to owning vehicles. And it's interesting how that's coming from people who have vehicles. So I think we need to be mindful, because we're targeting a specific group when we're starting removing things that is pretty much fundamental for most working class families. You know, BART and other means of transportation does not go across the Bay. BART does not go all the way into Pleasant Hill or other big cities where people may work. It doesn't cross the bridge to go into Solano. So I think we need to be cognizant of when we're saying, let's eliminate parking, let's give them other means. Yes, there's Uber, yes, there's Lyft, but for a working family, that's expensive, especially with gas, right? We have to think about that. We also have to be considerate, you know, trying to limit ourselves to who we want in our community, because that does not fit them all. And again, I'm not saying that, you know, we can't have areas where we don't have parking, but I think we just need to be cognizant of where parking is, how is it being, you know, put in our city so it can invite people in, not push them away because we have these requirements in order to live in Albany. We don't want to be a city like that. And so that's just my comment. Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate your hard work. Thank you.
Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, and first of all, I didn't ask any questions during the presentation on the housing element, so I didn't have an opportunity to thank you, Mr. Miller, for your work on it. It's very nice to see how much progress we can make. I was really impressed with the progress that we see in this iteration. I wanted, in terms of general comments, I wanted to echo a couple of things that Vice Mayor Tiedemann said. With the first one being, I think that Albany was too resistant for too long to building housing. It was more resistant than many places, and we're playing catch up. And I know it's very upsetting for people in surrounding neighborhoods who are pleased with things the way that they are, and are suddenly facing potentially very significant changes to patterns that they have developed with many choices that they have made over the years. And I'm very sympathetic to that. I'm also sympathetic to what Councilmember Gary points out. You know, if you have kids or you're doing elder care or whatever it is, it can be very difficult to function in our society without a car. All that being said, if we're going to make room for people, and we're going to build housing, and we're going to become a city where people can live without a car. I think that maximizing our density and minimizing our parking is absolutely critical, and I would be supportive of eliminating the parking minimum. And I say that, you know, with full knowledge that it is going to have a significant impact on people. I don't think there's any way to avoid that without slowing down further. And we've already been going much too slow for much too long. But I think these seem to me like both of them excellent plans, and with that change, I would be very supportive.
Thank you. Councilor McQuaid.
Thank you. And I want to add my thanks, Mr. Miller, and also Ms. Iceberg and Ms. Lynn and our city staff for all your work on this. It's a really good, it's a good beginning. We're getting there. You know, I would like to also add that I think we do need to have very robust general plan amendment hearings, for lack of a better term, with good notification to the community and to the neighborhoods. We don't want them to feel like they worked on the general plan and all of a sudden there's a whole new plan and nobody told them. So I think to go overboard is in reaching out is important. And I'd also like to see some 3D modeling or some photo modeling. When I looked at what was presented, there were a lot of 5-story buildings, but I didn't see any 6-story buildings. I didn't see any 8-story buildings. And I think, for me anyway, it's hard to visualize what it would look like. So I think that's important. I think we should keep the 1 space for parking. That doesn't mean we can't have bicycle parking. It doesn't mean we can't do the transit pass. All of those things, they're not mutually exclusive. But I have to agree with Councilmember Gary that it's the essential workers, the working class people that maybe go to work at 4 in the morning to get to their job by 5 or 6, or they have to take their gardening tools or whatever people need to carry with them. It doesn't work real well on BART. So I think we do need to recognize that people do need to drive to their jobs occasionally and to provide for that. Otherwise, I think we're excluding people that we really don't want to exclude. I'd like to see strengthened in our policy the response to building wealth and how we can help with that. I think land trust development is a good piece of that, but to put some strong language in our housing element for that. Just the one thing I would say is to remove the Albany Theater from a potential site. It actually was built in 1926 rather than whatever I saw there. And while we don't have a historical preservation ordinance right now, it is in our strategic plan. So I'd hate to lose something just on a timing issue. I think that's one thing we might want to try to save. Certainly Solano Avenue needs more height. I would support a sort of a cafeteria plan of options throughout the city so that we're spreading this development throughout the city. I think there's ways to do that. I don't think it should all be on San Pablo Avenue. I think it can be spread around throughout the city. Yeah, I think that's at this point all I have to say.
Thank you. So first, I want to thank Mr. Miller for pointing out that the draft, it's not a draft or not a complete draft anyway, the housing element. I was the one that dropped that in, so I appreciate you correcting both my understanding of what I put out to the public. Don't like to put out wrong information. I agree with Councilmember Gary on a focus group for people that rent, households that rent. And I would suggest it be a focus group rather than a forum so that there can be a greater degree of candor potentially and go more in depth. I know from my experience moving to Albany and starting to rent, and anecdotally from others' experience, some of the property owners are pretty atrocious in terms of the maintenance that they do to their property. I'm not saying that they all are, but we have no code enforcement in the city. So that's one of the things I think that could be looked at in a focus group as a tangential issue to the housing element. I'm glad the city will be pursuing bringing the graduate student residences in bounds. If you find that there's substantial pushback on that, I hope you'll please let us know as a council so that we can go talk to our state elected representatives, because to me, it's sort of ridiculous that it wouldn't count. I mean, the student population has become renowned, how many students are unhoused. And that is a substantial portion of the demand in the city. So if the state is not going to let those residences count towards RENA goals, they're creating an incentive for cities not to support the development of student housing, which just seems ridiculous. And I think we could probably get some legislative relief, maybe not in time for this element, but at least we could move the needle in the right direction for the next cycle, if that should come up. I support increasing the building heights that are allowed on Solano Avenue. In general, I was always surprised that the building heights don't seem to match our density. It's kind of like, oh yeah, I hear we've planned with the density, but by the way, you can't actually build it. So I would like the building height, I would like a zoning code that's a little more honest and puts the building heights at a height that actually matches the density that we've zoned for, given the lot sizes. So whatever that height would be, I encourage you to, well, I know it's not part of, I don't think it's part of the housing element that we can do that, but that's something that I would like to see happen. I'd like to see the R3 height limits increased, same situation. They don't currently match the density that's allowed. So whatever it takes to match that density, I think maybe 4-story. I am interested in increasing the inclusionary housing to 20%, but I understand from what you said that would require a study to do that. And it sounds like there's some plan to do that, or some idea to approach that. Maybe that needs to go in the next strategic plan for the council. I imagine the staff still has its hands full with so many things. So I'm not saying that it would happen right now. I think we need to put that on the 2-year plan. I support the 68 feet along San Pablo, moving to the specific plan, and 85 feet north of Brighton. I would like to include the southeast corner of San Pablo and Brighton in the 85-foot height limit. I think that makes more sense for a node there, rather than not having that corner. But you know, that's me. I'm not a planner, so if there's good reasons not to do that, let me know. But it looked like there's a pretty reasonable size site there as well on that corner. That could potentially support that. And by the way, I will send all this to staff. I know you're writing furiously. I'm talking furiously so we can get to the rest of the meeting, but I'll send all this in writing, so not to stress out. I question fees in lieu of providing affordable residences within buildings. It sounds like there are some studies out there about how successful that is, and my knowledge is thin in this. My impression has been that by the time affordable residences get built based on that funding, the fees that were charged have become far less than what it actually takes to build, because there's a several-year delay at least, and construction costs are rising much faster than CPI, or at least they had been. I don't know if that's going to still be the case. And there's also sociological research that it's better to have incomes mixed together within a single building, so if they actually know each other, experience each other's lives, learn from each other as human beings, rather than siloing households of different incomes in different buildings. On parking, Berkeley had a parking study done of multi-residence buildings, and my memory from reading it is that they found about only 1/2 of a car per residence on average across those developments. They also found that there was generally low occupancy of the parking. So a lot of parking had been built, which I don't know what the current price is. My understanding is about $50,000 to $100,000 per parking space. A lot of parking had been built that is just empty, and that's insane. And my understanding is that in Berkeley, and I don't know if this is true of all the buildings they included in the survey, they prohibit residents of those buildings from buying parking permits to park on the street in the adjacent permit controlled neighborhoods. So it's not a situation that people who live in those neighborhoods are parking elsewhere, and therefore the survey is missing them. If they're parking, they have to park in the building. I support unbundling the parking so that people who don't want the parking don't end up subsidizing those who have the parking. That obviously has to come with, again, the potential of instituting a parking permit on street program in Albany. And we'll have to see how the situation develops and be ready to jump and do that if we need to. I would like the removal of any parking minimum. We see that 540 San Pablo Avenue had a parking minimum under state law of 0.5 parking spaces per residence, and the developer actually chose to build quite a few more parking spaces than that. So the developers have their own basis of judgment on what they need to build. They're not just going to build the minimum that's available to them. They're going to look at the market and make a decision. So I think that's a great example of no minimums working out. I think if I understood, there was a trade-off in amenities, a project that provides more long-term secure bike parking could provide less car parking. Well, obviously, if you get rid of the minimums, then you don't have that anymore. And I don't really like that trade-off anyway. I think there needs to be one bike parking space per bedroom, and 20% of the spaces need to be for long-tail bikes or bikes with trailers to accommodate the households that have smaller children or really want to grocery shop and whatnot with a larger bike. And like our EV charging code currently, 20% of those spaces rather than 10% should have outlets for charging. And our EV code for cars calls for all the spaces to be essentially charger ready. I would suggest that, I don't know if 100% makes sense for bike parking, but something more than 20%, because they're just getting more and more and more popular. There's actually research that finds that electric bicycles are the lowest impact transportation mode of any transportation mode, including walking, when you factor in the greenhouse pollution from food production. So it's something we certainly want to support. The San Pablo specific plan, I would ask that it mention the possibility of a two-way cycle track along the west side of San Pablo between Clay and the city limit. This would be similar to the two-way cycle track on the west side of San Pablo at the southern end of the city. And that's one of the potential solutions for connecting Albany across the county line over to Carlson. That might work better than crossing over at the creek, because the creek has a high pressure gas transmission line under it at that location, which I think is going to make it rather difficult to get permission to build a bridge there. And I think there's some items on the amenity list B that are already required. Certainly EV charging is already required. We adopted that as a building code update. I don't remember, it was last December or October, but we definitely adopted it. So there should be no benefit given to a developer for doing that, because they already have to do it. I don't know, does the current building code require installation of solar PV on buildings, or is that coming in the next cycle? If any of you know.
I think it's required.
Okay. So then I would eliminate that as an amenity that a developer gets benefit for as well. Now I understand, I don't know if the state building code requires solar PV sufficient to offset 15% of the building's energy consumption, which is what's in the amenity list. But even if it requires 10%, I don't think it's a big enough difference to actually provide a bump to the developer for that, since they're already required to install some anyway. And finally, almost 7:30 mark here, so I'll wrap it up. Figure 2-9 in the specific plan shows opportunity sites but those do not match the opportunity sites in the housing element. Now, I know these plans aren't one and the same, but you might look at the fact that they are showing different things, because that could certainly, well, raise question in my mind. And if they're going to show different things, there might be some maybe more appropriate in the housing element to explain why they're different sets of opportunity sites. That's what I have, and as I said, I'll email my written comments, so that you've got that material. And does anybody else have any final comments? Seeing none. Thank you very much, Mr. Miller, Ms. Eisberg, Ms. Lynn, and staff for all your hard
Thank you.
work on this. And we will close with this. We will adjourn the special meeting of this study session. And take a breath for a moment. I need to anyway, and move to the regular meeting. So let me get myself to that part of. All right.
Might we take
I think probably
longer
people
than
need to
just
take
a moment?
break. Yeah, so
Yeah.
I'll stay on so people who arrive know what's going on. But
Okay.
how about a 5-minute break? Does that seem reasonable? Okay.
See you
So-
back here.
So
Thanks.
we're taking a 5-minute break between our special meeting of this study session and the start of the regular meeting. And I will stay here and watch and see if other people arrive and wonder what's going on.
Mayor,
Yes.
KLB, our media manager, will put up a slide to say that you guys will be right back.
Oh, great. So I could actually take a break.
Yes.
That's very kind of you. Thank you. Thank you, KLB. And welcome back, all. So given that we are all here with staff, I will call this regular meeting of March 21st, 2022 to order. Councilmember Nason, would you please read the land acknowledgement? I know you might need a moment to bring it up. Why don't I'll have the city clerk. City
Sorry.
clerk, will you please call
Okay.
roll.
Yeah,
Councilmember Gary,
Here.
Councilmember McClay,
Here.
Councilmember Nason,
here.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Here.
and Mayor Jordan.
Here, thank you.
And I will go forward with the land acknowledgement. The city of Albany recognizes that we occupy the land originally protected by the Confederated Villages of Lashan. We acknowledge the genocide that took place on these lands and must make strides to repay the moral debt that is owed to this indigenous people, specifically the Ohlone tribe. We thank them for their contributions, which have transformed our community and will continue to bring forth growth and unity. The city of Albany commits to sustaining ongoing relationships with the tribe and together build a better future for all that now make this their home.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. We had a closed session earlier this evening to consider the resolution establishing the policing commission and negotiations with the Albany Peace Officers Association. And there is no action to report from that closed session meeting. Moving on to ceremonial matters. This month is American Red Cross Month. Proclaiming the month in recognition, whereas in times of crisis, people in City of Albany come together to care for one another. This humanitarian spirit is part of the foundation of our community and is exemplified by American Red Cross volunteers and donors. Whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. And whereas today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross volunteers here in City of Albany, who continue to carry out Clara's life-saving legacy, joining the millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, or learn vital life-preserving skills through the Red Cross. And whereas the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hours, whether it's providing emergency shelter, food and comfort for families devastated by local disasters, donating essential blood for accident and burn victims, heart surgery, and organ transplant patients, and those receiving treatment for leukemia, cancer, or sickle cell disease, supporting service members and veterans, along with their families and caregivers, through the unique challenges of military life, helping to save the lives of others with first aid, CPR, and other skills, or delivering international humanitarian aid. Now, therefore, the Albany City Council does hereby proclaim March 2022 as American Red Cross Month in the City of Albany and encourages all of our community members to reach out and support its humanitarian mission. I don't know if any council members have any comments on the proclamation. I can offer there is at least what I find an entertaining dramatization of Clara Barton in the current series called the Gilded Age. If anyone should want to look at that, it was my first time that she came to my attention. Yes, Mr. Hartman, welcome. Mr. Hartman? Hello, Mr. Hartman. I didn't know if you wanted to actually say anything. I don't know if you can hear me. I will try one more time. Mr. Hartman, can you hear me? I don't know if Mr. Hartman has something to say at this point in response to the proclamation, but he doesn't seem to be able to hear me.
I will try to move him to attendee and re-promote him, see if that changes anything.
Okay, thank you. And if not, maybe we can go to the city manager's report. And city clerk, I know you have some magic way of talking to attendees, so maybe you can try to reach Mr. Barton while that's occurring. I don't know. Oh, I see it's Hartman. I apologize, I said Bartman. So I see him in the attendee list. All right, why don't we go on to the city manager's report? City manager, if you would.
Sure, Mayor. Oh, I just saw him pop up.
Never fails.
I'll wait.
Mr. Hartman, can you hear me? Hello, Mr. Hartman.
For some reason, he can unmute, but he doesn't seem to hear us.
Okay. Well, why don't we go
Okay.
on to the city manager's report and maybe you can put him back into attendee and see if you're able to reach him.
Okay.
Thank you, city manager.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. As we've felt today, summer amazingly is approaching and summer camp registration is now available. We have over 150 summer classes and camps to keep you busy, from youth to adult to seniors. So please check out our website or call 524-9283, area code 510, to learn more about that incredible list of opportunities. We have a couple of construction alerts. One is very exciting to those who have watched this project over the years. As you travel, whatever way you're traveling, up and down Marin Avenue, closer to San Pablo Avenue, you'll see that the undergrounding project, the utility poles, are being removed. The work finally began for AT&T, and they're removing the remaining overhead telecommunication wires and poles along Marin between San Pablo and Masonic. The project duration is estimated to take about 5 to 6 weeks in total. So bear with us as we go through the final stages of that long-awaited closure to that project. Also, Washington Avenue pavement rehab project is proceeding on schedule, with paving kicking off on Monday, March 28th through Wednesday, March 30th for the first segment of pavement, and this is between Cornell Avenue and Spokane Avenue. Sewer construction is also on schedule. Work is wrapping up on Santa Fe Avenue and will be moving into the southeast side of Albany Hill. Local access will be maintained for residents of the neighborhoods during work, but please also allow extra time as you're traveling around town. You can also always find up-to-date information on our construction alerts page, which is albanyca.org/construction alerts. If you haven't had the chance, please stop by our community center. We have a new art show in the art gallery foyer area. It is Timeless Beauty. The show features works by Munji L. Pickering and will be on display at the community center through June 13th. Hopefully some of you are San Francisco Chronicle readers. Albany was proudly featured as one of the locations of Best Day Ever, with a number of selections of a great representation of our local business community. Certainly couldn't get them all onto the list, but as you all know, there's great places to eat and go in our town. We've linked that also in our e-news if you missed the feature article. Some more economic development work underway. Albany's Zoom Prospector is a site that empowers businesses and prospective businesses in Albany with a platform to reach and analyze city data, with features that include available commercial property searches, business searches, demographics, the local labor force, the local talent pool, and consumer spending. Finding these important insights is now quick, easy, and accessible. Additionally, site users can generate customizable reports, charts, maps, and infographics to help bolster their economic strategies. You can view this page at albanyca.org/Zoom prospector. And that completes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. I'm really excited to see the polls come down at long last. If anyone attending would like to ask a question about or comment on the City Manager's report, please press your raise hand button. You will have 1 minute. If you are on the phone, please raise your hand by pressing *9. Note this is for questions and comments on the City Manager's report only. If you have questions on matters not on the agenda, the time for those is next. In this and all comments and questions during the meeting, please address the council, not other attendees, and respect each person that has spoken. The council wants everyone to feel comfortable speaking and not be intimidated by others' comments or reactions. And I see one hand raised. If you could set the clock to 1 minute, please, City Clerk, and admit the attendee. Thank you.
Hi, I just thought of a question since I was listening to the city manager's report. There have been so many streets that have had work done by East Bay Mud over the past year or so, and they're cut up and they get sort of repaved, but they don't get really repaved or finished. And the streets like Dartmouth, Washington, Keynes, Masonic, Cornell, crossings of Solano are all really a mess, and they're really hard to bike on. They're hard to be with a walker on, with a wheelchair, and they're just really in a state of disarray. And I'm just wondering how long they have to actually repave them for real, not just sort of patch them, because they're really a mess, and a lot of them are bike boulevards. So it would be great if they could get repaved for real in a more timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. Staff option if they want to address the question or not.
Sure, yeah. While I'm certainly not the subject matter expert, I do know from personal experience and working with our Public Works Department that it comes in phases, as the commenter noted. So the utility company comes in, hopefully notifies the city before that work begins, and does the utility work. Then they have a different group of employees or contract folks that come in to do the paving. And so it's done in phases, and they usually bundle those with those specific locations in mind as raised. I've certainly experienced them myself as well. We can follow up with East Bay Med directly and try and get a better sense of their obligation to return to get that paved. So I'll follow up with that information.
I would also encourage people to contact your MBUD representative and board to talk to them about it if you are so inclined. Andy Katz is our board member, KATZ. On to go to the city. This is for attendees to provide the council comments, information, and questions on an item that is not on the agenda. Please raise your hands now. By phone again is *9. By state law known as the Brown Act, the council cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda except under extraordinary circumstances. Rather, items raised may be referred to a future agenda or to staff for comment. And I'm looking, I don't see any hands raised. So that brings us on to the consent calendar. Do any council members have any items that they would like to pull from the consent calendar for discussion and or a separate vote? Not seeing any. I will pull item 10. And are there any attendees who would like to pull an item from the consent calendar? If so, please raise your hand. Not seeing any hands raised. I will note that item 10 regards a contract to develop a GIS layer of more detail regarding Albany's open spaces, with regard specifically to opportunities to spread compost and or mulch, which would improve soil health. But the motivator for that is a state law under SB 1383 that requires cities to procure any of various products that use organic material that is generated by those cities. Albany's requirement is to purchase over 1,000 tons a year. The cost of that, both procurement and utilization, is on the order of $100 to $200, as I understand it. This is a state law that was billed by the state as a funded mandate, essentially, but the state provided no funding for this. And it's questionable whether it is actually a funded mandate in accordance with state laws or an unfunded mandate. So I just wanted to point that out. This is the leading edge of potentially a not insubstantial financial burden on the city. This contract is just a taste of what's coming. As Albany's representative on the Stop Waste Board, I am working with Stop Waste to try to deal with this issue so it can be a little more rational and comport with state law as I understand it. So I just wanted to take the opportunity. I'm not suggesting that we don't vote yes on this. I'm just taking the opportunity to provide that bit of knowledge. With that, unless there's any other comments, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So
Mayor, I think there's a public comment.
Oh, thank you. I apologize. Yes, if you could provide 3 minutes for the commenter, and welcome. I apologize. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Sir Mayor. I was trying to press my raise hand button for the good of the city. You had said good for the city, and I was trying to raise my hand, but my screen wasn't working. Am I still able to make a public comment for the city?
Please go ahead. We're all dealing with technology.
Thank you so very much. I appreciate it. I would just like to say welcome everybody to the meeting tonight. I appreciate the city council being here and all the public who are attending. It's great you're involved. I just want to let everybody know that every Thursday from 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, the community could get free laundry up to 2 loads. If your washer or dryer is broken at your house, you're going through some construction, you could come to the Solano Cleaning Center at 1219 Solano on Thursdays only, from 2 to 5. And during that time, you can get a slice of pizza from Little Star Pizza for free. And also every single Thursday for the foreseeable future, you could also get free COVID testing on site with no appointment needed. And that's going to be starting actually at about 1:30 to about 4 o'clock on Thursdays on Solano, outside the Solano Cleaning Center. And so that's a free COVID test, and it's not really invasive. It just kind of just goes in your nostril and it kind of just tickles. It doesn't go all the way up your nasal canal. Also, I just want to let everybody know in the community, you're more than welcome to go by the Berkeley Food Network. It's located at 1925 9th Street in Berkeley. And you're more than welcome to go there and get free food. I mean, they're open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on all those days. And also everybody in our community of Albany, you can go get free food at the Friends Church at the Berkeley Food Network on Sacramento and Cedar anytime you want on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So I really encourage everybody to check that out and go get your free food on.
Thank you very much. And bringing it back to the consent calendar, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Nason, seconded by Councilmember McQuaid to approve the consent calendar. City Clerk, would you please poll the council?
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid,
Yes.
and Councilmember Nason.
Yes.
And the motion carries.
Thank you all. This brings us to the strategic plan update presentation. Staff is ready to present that.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And City Clerk, if you would please share the screen with the attachment. Thank you, Anne. This report is provided as a presentation to the City Council to provide an update on how staff has been doing with implementation of this plan. As you may recall, the Council adopted this iteration of your strategic plan on September 7th of 2021, and it covers the period of July 2021 through December 2022. As just a quick refresher, the purpose of this strategic plan is to identify key issues, develop City Council direction, establish priorities, and set goals and objectives to focus the use of the city's limited resource and capacity over the course of the plan. This is in addition to the city's core services. So these are on top of what we do from day to day in terms of our core services. As included in the staff report on September 7th, a progress report is to be provided to the council, and we're meeting that mark by providing it to you now between February and March 2022. And then also a final report will be presented to the council at the conclusion of this plan. In addition to what we have in the plan, I will note a few other things underway that seem of major overarching importance to the city. I'm certainly not going to have a conclusive list, but I will note a few. In walking through the strategic plan, I won't go into gory detail, but I'm obviously more than happy to answer any questions. I'll provide a high-level summary in respect for everyone's time, and then of course happy to dive in deeper or refer back to staff as needed. Going to goal 1, you see goal 1 consists of 4 objectives with 13 work plan items, primarily with this goal in terms of the first objective of advancing climate action and adaptation. The council has recently authorized a number of pilot programs that you see underway. And also we are beginning to kick off the development of an urban forest master plan, which is a new and exciting initiative and planning process we'll see underway by spring of 2022 as a tentative working date. Also, there's been some legislative action on 2-stroke engines, so we're falling in line with that action at the state level, which is very helpful for the city as well. And if you can scroll down to the next page. In terms of housing and availability, well, we certainly just had an hour and a half plus on that, so I won't go into detail here, but you see those items that the council just discussed are noted here, and they're forthcoming and underway. I'm making significant strides there. And also to hover on item 2, we have 2 significant developments underway. You don't see these every day, but staff is working hard to make sure that these projects are really shovel in ground in the foreseeable future. So those are definitely 2 major improvements in terms of our overall housing stock and commitment to availability. And keep scrolling down, thank you. Goal 1, objective 3 is a heavy list of accomplishments and things underway, specifically within our public works department, primarily as these projects go through planning and community development and then are handed off to our engineers and construction managers for implementation. I won't go through all the bullets, but you definitely see 7 examples here of projects underway related to furthering safety. And really the topic of safety with regard to public works is inherent and embedded in just about every project underway in that department. Also, as council may recall, at your last meeting, you authorized retaining the consultant to assist with preparation of the local road safety plan, which is really the building blocks for informing our next active transportation plan. So look forward to that kicking off very soon as well. Let's see, goal 1, objective 4. again, really the concept on this page is everything is underway and upcoming. You see a number of things underway through staff here, which will find their way back to the city council in the foreseeable future, as well as things that are more at the regional level that our fire department continues to try and champion, along with, I know, elected officials on the council level with regard to the advocacy for acute care hospitals and full service facilities. As council knows, our CERT program is now a nonprofit that we're very proud of and working in partnership with to continue the disaster and emergency preparedness critical messages to our community and training programs forthcoming. Moving on to goal 2, connect with and engage our community. With regard to youth participation, really the approach that staff has been taking is integration and making sure that youth are included in decision-making and also in different levels of government. You'll see this through council action, really, in terms of your appointments to your advisory bodies. Youth are on a number of those advisory bodies and incredibly insightful. Also, with regard to our environmental programs and planning initiatives, our team reaches out to high school students to get their feedback and also identify opportunities for events and activities that students may be so inclined to engage with us on. So that is a great partnership that is ongoing. There's several events throughout the year that the city either participates in or leads with regard to recognizing the breadth of cultures in Albany. This is an ongoing work area and something that we're looking to make sure that we commit to continuing and prioritizing as we move forward. It's also a variety of different forums, which I think is important to note. Some of that is inherently due to COVID, but also to try and reach people where they are through different mediums. And that has seemed to have really good response in terms of opportunities to get engaged. Also, with regard to two-way communication, I think that this will be much more straightforward in terms of how to define next steps once we have information back from a racial equity survey. And I'll speak more on that in just a moment as it's reported elsewhere as well. Maintaining and increasing economic diversity. This is an area where, again, the work is ongoing. You see the numbers there for the most recent parcel tax exemption numbers, as well as the forward work that staff, as well as council members, including the council member subcommittee of Council Member Gary and Mayor Jordan, working on potential parcel tax measure or other measure and ensuring the inclusion and really important analysis that goes into calculating the low income exemption and rebate status. In addition, as per council policy, this content is under discussion with our waste management collection franchise agreement as well. In terms of community inclusivity, I really think that the focus here right now for the council and staff is executing eventually a contract agreement with a qualified provider to prepare and conduct the racial equity survey. The work to date is that the RFQ, request for qualifications, has been posted, and we look forward to the submittals on that with the processes outlined by council for review of that RFQ. Again, with a subcommittee of Mayor Jordan and Councilmember Gary in coordination with the Social and Economic Justice Commission. The other elements on here will likely be informed by the results of that survey to help better prioritize and ensure we're responding to the needs of our community. The item 3 there, you will see a agenda item on your next agenda, April 4th. For the council to take swift action. In terms of goal 3, really focused on parks and open space, the council recently adopted the master plan, the open space and parks master plan. And this is now really with our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Commission to identify and prioritize in coordination with staff. And also the first element of this is also came to council somewhat recently was the Prop 68 projects and funding. And as you scroll down to the next page, some of that work is just about underway in terms of implementing those projects. Also, we're in a holding pattern with some of these items to the degree we need to be with the Albany Bulb and waterfront area as we wait for state regulatory agencies to provide guidance. We absolutely have a lot of work going on Albany Hill with many levels of technical analysis and science and everything under the umbrella to address the adaptive management that we will need on Albany Hill, including fuel load analysis. So that work is underway and being presented as we have substantive updates to provide. Also, hopefully the council has seen and the community have seen on our website, we've updated the accounting for Measure M so that you can really trace over time based on when Measure M was initiated and adopted by the voters, how funding is being allocated and spent. And we will continue to grow this area, and the accounting improvements that have been undertaken will really help make this much more transparent and easy to understand over time. I'm almost done. Create cultural facilities and opportunities. Again, this is informed by our master plan that was recently adopted by the council. And moving on to goal 4, economic development and the arts. As part of my update earlier in the meeting, I provided a couple of key items that staff has undertaken and promoted for the business community and businesses that may be interested in moving into Albany. There are another number of other innovations that our economic development staff in coordination with our economic development committee have undertaken recently to really help support and make relations with our existing businesses and identify opportunities for new businesses. A few of them here are Albany Local Week, business recovery surveys, and certainly the grant program that the council recently adopted for business recovery, which the program announcement and launch of that will be hitting widespread here in a positive way in April. And innovative ways to develop and support the arts, goal 4, objective 2. We are moving forward with the installations on the Greenway, looking forward to seeing those beautify the Greenway even further. I just mentioned the art gallery exhibit and all the other work underway with our arts committee really as the lead for moving this objective forward in coordination with staff. Business districts, maintaining and attracting. This is an area where we probably haven't had as much focus as of now. I'd say that our staff have primarily been working on the outdoor dining and analysis for the long-term planning of that. So you'll see noted on here, a couple of these items are forthcoming really as we pace ourselves and what we can do at any given time. And goal 5, in terms of sound and transparent management of city financial resources. If you recall, a couple of meetings ago now, the council received the annual comprehensive financial report in February, and our financial advisory committee is tasked with a number of follow-up items and analysis and recommendations to the council with regard to both that document and budgetary documents and potential revenue sources. In the most recent budget booklet that the council received for the fiscal years 2021-22 and 2022-23, if you compare that to previous years, that booklet is incredible. It is the breadth and depth of everything in one place, which I can tell you personally is incredibly helpful for me as I make sure that I follow the policy and the resolution and the accompanying documents, and it's all housed nicely, and we will continue to expand and improve upon that. We're continuing to look at long-term financial planning. Some of that was discussed as part of the budget document, and we will analyze that further as we move along, including the work that we've done on asset management. And the last page here is revenues. Keeping current, this is the active number of business licenses specific to the work plan item there. As I mentioned in the staff report, there are a few other initiatives that I thought it was important to at least share for the record. I know the council's already aware of these, but again, just to underscore the importance of these items. These would include the information you just received and the work going forthcoming on the San Pablo Avenue specific plan, as well as the transition in voting method to ranked choice voting at large for our next election in November 2022. That will include a lot of work for our city clerk and other staff in terms of education and outreach and coordination. Also, the initiation of impact fees analysis with regard to development projects. And that concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions or go into more detail if needed.
Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager and staff. Wow, a lot of work has been done. So I appreciate the hard work of the staff and you bringing report to us. I know we've had conversation back and forth today about vacancy tax. I would like to see if we can explore that and possibly get that on the ballot this year, if possible. If you want to share your thoughts on that, or how we can make that happen by doing the research on it. I think it's important because I had a conversation with the mayor. We agreed there are some long-standing vacancies around the city that they're just holding a spot without any accountability. And so I think it's time for us to do that, to hold them accountable and somehow encourage them to rent out or lease or even sell the business so we can start bringing businesses in to help with the business tax as well. That's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? I will ask a question. Possibly because I was a far more green council member when this first came around. Last year, I failed to notice that the end date that is listed on is December 2022, December this year, end of this year. My understanding of prior plans was that they were aligned with the fiscal year of the city, which runs from July through June, and that they were 2-year plans. And so they extended to June after June of the year following elections. Is that, am I misunderstanding the historic practice, or is this a change from historic practice?
Yes, it is to a degree a change because we started it, kind of in the standard timeline for starting it. Granted, we had, the rotation of 3 council members, and that takes some adjusting. And so the time spent to create a new strategic plan took a little bit longer, but again, it was because the council took their time to make sure that it represented all interests at the table.
Maybe to jump in, I mean, what I'm thinking is the plan, it's not running, the deadline or the endpoint isn't later than previous plans. It's actually 6 months sooner than previous plans. Previous plans ended in June of the odd number year. Mm-hmm. So they ran the full 2 years of the council session. So it's actually a question, why is it, is my memory correct that the previous plans ran to June of the odd year? And you may not have this at your fingertips.
Offhand, no. We just focus on implementing and presenting, really.
Okay.
In terms of functionality for time scale, if I can make it a little bit more of a general response, really the thing that we noticed this go round is that your advisory bodies, in preparing their work plan, had a little issue to a degree in terms of, well, we don't know what's on the new strategic plan, so we don't want to get ahead of that because some of that could directly impact our work plans. So if the council were to amend the timeline of the strategic plan, the only advice I would really give there is, one, it's always nice to have more time, of course, but two, as long as it overlaps that appointment period for the next group of advisory body members so that they have a reference point as they build their work plans.
Thank you. Not seeing anybody indicate that they want to ask a question at this point. And an attendee has their hand raised. City Clerk, if you would admit the attendee. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had a question on, what was it, goal number 3? Or it was something right before goal number 4. The city manager mentioned something like the cultivating relationships with something. To me, it was kind of like incorporating relationships with possibly the Ohlone tribe and everything that we read at the beginning of our city council meetings, the statement about the Ohlone culture. I don't know, it kind of struck me as odd that number 3, city manager kind of just didn't really describe it. It just kind of gave kind of the cold shoulder on talking about how the process is of including possibly the Ohlonies. I mean, I could be wrong, but it was right before she said goal number 4. So I'm assuming it was goal number 3. It was something to do with cultivating, I don't know, relationships. To me, how I interpreted it was keeping things good with the Ohlone culture. And we didn't really talk much about it just now. It was kind of just given the cold shoulder. And I think the Ohlonies deserve more respect than to just briefly say, oh yeah, this, and then go right to number 4. So I was hoping maybe in the future, could talk a little bit more about number 3 or what was said right before number 4. I mean, I could be totally wrong, but I thought I heard something in regards of something to do with culture. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out, that if we could spend a little bit more time on that. Thank you.
Thank you. I will offer, I think there's 40 different items in the strategic plan, and some of those items have multiple items in and of themselves. So I don't think there was any effort here to short shrift any particular item. It's just that if the city manager were to report in more detail on all of those items, we could spend a whole hour on it, I imagine. So that's my understanding. I think the commenter was referring to goal 2, objective 1, work plan item 2, which was support local community events, recognizing the breadth of cultures in Albany. Are there any comments, further questions, considerations? Vice Mayor Teeman.
I just wanted to thank Nicole as well as all of our staff. I know we didn't cut our strategic plan down as much as Mayor Jordan wanted us to when we made it. So there's a lot on it, but this shows a huge amount of progress, which I know has come from a lot of our staff working at or over capacity. So I really appreciate the work, and it's a very impressive achievement that we have made so much progress on all of these goals.
Yes, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, I'd like to second that. I found this, we gave you a lot to do at a very difficult time, and the staff has accomplished amazing things, and the report is terrific. And I wanted to particularly thank the city manager for the additional work that's been done to on Measure M, so that this was the 2018 Parks measure, which was mentioned in the city manager's report, because it is important that we be able to demonstrate to taxpayers that we're keeping faith with them. When we put new things on the ballot, we need to be able to say, here's what we've done in the past, here's what we're doing, and you can trust your city to do what it says it's going to do. And I'm just really impressed by the work that City Manager Almaguer and Finance Director Rowden have put into that work. Thank you.
Councilmember McQuaid.
I'll just add my thanks also. It's a great document, shows how much has been accomplished, and I thank Nicole and all of the staff for all their work.
Yeah, I will jump on that bandwagon. And of course, being the one that lives in the grass, I actually couldn't help myself but quantify it. It looks like about a third of the items have been completed, which is, fantastic, because we'll talk about the timing in a minute. And about a third or a half have had substantial work done on them. So really, really amazing progress. I think, again, city manager and staff involved, as others have. I will raise this issue again of the end date of the plan being the end of this year. I think it should be later, because my judgment, there should be a strategic plan that is in place while the next council is developing its plan. Otherwise, we're going to have a gap with no plan. So I do understand the desire and the utility of having the next council develop a strategic plan in time for it to be rolled into and addressed by the various advisory body work plans. But obviously that can't happen by the end of the year. The new council will have only had, I think, one substantive meeting by that point. So my interest was to actually align it with the fiscal year, just because that's a date of record. Now, that is not to say that that a new council should take as long as we did, and I know I'm largely to blame for that, for wanting to make adjustments. But even if the new council develops its plan, say by February or March, that would be in time nominally to roll into the work plans. The advisory body work plans go through June of the odd year as well, is my understanding. So I think there is some utility in having them all aligned. So I don't know that this is an update. I don't think I can take a motion to change the date, but I'm interested in people's thoughts on extending it to the endpoint that prior plans, to my understanding, ended at. Councilmember Nason. Councilmember Nason?
No, that's McQuaid.
Oh, what? Oh my gosh, Councilmember McQuaid, I'm so sorry.
Not to worry.
Because I'm slightly dyslexic. It's something that geologists are known to be.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
That's something for a future discussion. I was just going to ask the city attorney, though, if this is within the scope of the discussion on this agenda item.
I think the mayor's trying to parse it, which is that it's not something you can take action on because it was just an update on the existing plan, and the plan is set to end in December of 2022. So maybe the way we can handle it is if there's a desire to discuss it at a future meeting and extend the plan, that we could do that.
Taking temperature in a sense, Should I bring this back on a future agenda? I see shrugs. Okay.
Bring it back. I mean,
Okay.
bring it
I'll
back.
bring it back. I mean, I don't want to bring it back if I'm the only one that's interested in this, but I see sort of like, bring it back. Okay. That's not no, so I'll bring it back. Thank you for that. And I also want to thank staff for the transparency of this update. Amazingly, in the years that I've followed the council before being on council, and let's say prior administrations without naming names, when the plan was adopted, it was adopted with a scoring sheet, and the administration refused to ever score their progress and what they'd accomplished ever. And that was very frustrating. I raised it over and over again. So I really appreciate the transparency with which staff brought forward this update. Also note that there's been tremendous improvement in the number of rented residences that have business licenses. So this was first brought to my attention in 2018 by Francesco Papalia, who saw a huge disconnect between the number of rented residences reported in the American Community Survey and the number that had business licenses. That time it was only about half of residences that had a business license. By my calculation, it's up now to almost 4 out of every 5. So that's tremendous progress in that regard. I'm also going to mention the impact fee study again, because that's not on our strategic plan. And that came about through former Mayor Robert Lieber leaving a comment on the News for Albany Facebook page about impact fees, which I didn't know anything about. And I went and looked at the city website and saw they had not been updated since 2008, at least. That was the earliest date on the website. And seeing that we have a large development project coming, and these fees are paid at the point of building permit application and approval, is my understanding, and hopefully we'll have much more development. I raised it as something important to get ahead of, and staff agreed and took on that extra work. So I want to thank staff for taking on that extra work. And these are fees that pay for sewer, parks, transportation, all sorts of things, schools, all sorts of different fees. So that's what I have. Thank you again for the update. Thinking there's probably aren't more comments, we can move on to the next item, which is an item of unfinished business. This is a request from the Community Task Force on Policing to have another meeting. And I don't know if staff wants to make a report on this. I know you provided a written report.
Good evening, Council. This is provided just as a follow-up, as directed at the last council meeting, to consider an additional meeting of the Community Task Force on Policing. If the council approves tonight, the resolution should be adopted to authorize an additional meeting for the task force. Thank you.
Thank you, City Clerk and staff to the task force. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. Could you clarify who's asking for the special meeting?
I mean, I might be able to clarify. We heard requests for that at the last meeting. We didn't hear a formal request from the task force itself, I don't think, but we certainly heard from task force members that asked for another meeting.
I guess my point is that the task force, when at their last meeting, when asked if they wanted another meeting, said no. So I'm not sure why we want to do this.
So if I could, Mayor, I believe that question was asked at the last meeting, and we discussed that one of the members had lost their father. No one knew that. They thought they were done. They thought we were done, and we were not. And so the question regarding budget, everyone was not there. So the last meeting, when we posed this question, we said we were going to bring it back and see if we can get, I think, Member Long and the rest of the budget subcommittee to have a meeting. They were missing documents from the finance department. At that time, they had requested that Heather join the meeting, but we were waiting on, I believe she was doing the CAFA report. So all of that is done. So right now, the information that is needed for the subcommittee to identify and review the budget, the police budget, should be readily available and have that one last discussion. So that's why we are bringing this back, so we can determine if the council want us to do that or if we're going to forego it. Thank you, Mayor Jordan.
Are there any other questions from the council on this item? Seeing no other indication of questions, I will ask if any attendees want. Yes, I see an attendee who has raised their hand. City Clerk, a couple attendees, if you could please admit them. Welcome.
Hi, this is Margie again. I know you know what I'm going to say, which is, let them have another meeting. More information is always better than less information. And this is a group, I would call them experts, knowing all the work and everything they put into it. So, please let them have the meeting.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for all your good work, Kathy Rye. Thank you for letting us know the procedure, and I agree with March, the previous attendee. Please let us have another meeting because there are some very key numbers that are still missing, and we'd like to really look into it. One of them is also key of with the ballooning police budget. It's just still shocking to me. Is this something that's going to continue as a trend in the foreseeable future? Or was that a blip? I don't know. These are simple yes, no questions. The police has an ability to take our constitutional rights and humanity away so fast by sending us to jail. We don't know what reasons. We don't know how many arrests. All I have was a report from 2013 to 14 from former Chief McQuiston that shows that Albany is more than 3 times the arrest rate of the second place of the top East Bay cities of arrest. Kensington was second place, but we're still 3 times more than the arrest. So if the police have this power to take away our constitutional rights and terrorize the families by watching their father cuffed off for an argument that their parents have and traumatize the young kids by watching every argument the parents have now, we, at least as Albany residents, have a right to know how many arrests are being made and why, and how many are even violent. So yes, these are very simple questions, yes or no. What are the numbers? We're paying them millions of dollars. So it would be nice to have these answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Not seeing any other attendees with their hands raised. I will offer that I went and looked at the budgets because this question of increasing police department budgets was brought to the council's attention by the task force report. And so I was both curious and concerned about that. And looking through the budgets, the budget for the department has not increased any more than the CPI. Part of what I've learned being on the council, because finance was not my strong suit, is there's the expense, how much is actually spent, and there's the budget. And so I know when I came into this, I was sort of confused between those two. I think the amount that has been spent has increased fairly substantially over the last few years to bring it up to what was budgeted in those years. So I would just ask that people look at those numbers and be sensitive to the difference between the two. Is there any more deliberation?
Yeah, I had a question. Just want to pose, I guess, a suggestion. So if the concern that we're not going to have enough members to fill the requirement for another meeting, how can we work with the subcommittee, the budget subcommittee, or have staff work with them to get the information they need in order to present that to the council for review? So that's the thing. I mean, so you have to think about it. We have members on there that have already done their part. The only missing component is the budget. Now, I know Councilmember McQuaid stated that most of the members stated no, but there's still a component missing. So is there a way we can reduce the numbers for the quorum, or I'm just throwing things out there, that's all, to see if we can make it to where they can get the information they need and review it and present it as part of the initial plan.
I guess I'll just ask the question. So do you have a sense that, my recollection is that the body is comprised of 12 members?
Correct.
I don't know if all 12 seats were filled as of last accord, but they seem like dedicated people. Do you really have a sense that it wouldn't reach quorum if there was another meeting?
So I'm not going to speak that because I don't know. I'm just
Okay.
trying to have, there's always a backup plan. If they decide they don't want to, then, I don't want to miss the opportunity to look at those numbers. They've worked so hard to get the information to the council. It was just an unforeseen incident that occurred that didn't allow them to complete that. So.
Yeah, okay. Well, maybe if there's more deliberation, maybe I'll take a shot at a motion that addresses that as well.
Mayor Jordan, before you present that motion, I just wanted to clarify what is on the agenda is just adding the additional meeting and not changing the composition of the task force. So if we did want to, similar to what we had in the previous agenda item, if we wanted to also change the potential composition of the task force, we'd want to bring that back.
Yeah, I hate to do that. Yes, Councilmember Nason.
Yeah, it seems to me there's a fairly simple solution, which is we just authorize the additional meeting. If they fail to get a quorum, there's still no reason that will not prevent us from receiving the information. It will prevent us from receiving information that has been vetted by a quorum of the committee, but it won't prevent us from receiving and considering the information. So I suggest we just go ahead and authorize the meeting.
Thank you, Councilmember Nason. I would be in agreement with that, Mayor George.
The city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the record, staff is more than willing to meet with the subcommittee, and we did try and arrange that. It never aligned for schedules, but we're more than willing to do that again if it helps inform the conversation. So just add that of note.
Thank you. And maybe this is a question for the city attorney. If the subcommittee meets and develops a report and then forwards that or tries to bring that to the full task force, and there isn't a quorum of that body, I mean, I guess it could send us the information just as residents of Albany without the imprimatur of the committee or the task force. I don't think it could come to us as a task force item though, because it wouldn't have been approved by the body as a whole.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Well, I agree. I don't want to hold this up and hold it over to another meeting. I think that would make a quorum even less likely. So, but I think we've elucidated how the information can get to this body one way or the other. Councilmember Nason, I have a sense that maybe you were interested in making a motion, not to put you on the spot.
Yes, I will move the item.
I'll second.
It has been moved by Councilmember Nason and seconded by Councilmember Gary to pass the resolution, the effect of which would be to provide the task force authorization to meet one more time. Any discussion? City Clerk, would you please poll the council?
Councilmember Nason,
Aye.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
Councilmember Gary,
Yes.
Mayor Jordan,
Yes.
Councilmember McQuaid.
No.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. The next item is a request from the Solano Avenue Association for a financial contribution from the city for various activities. The Solano Stroll for contributions for 2 years of the Solano Stroll, contributions for the quarterly events that Solano Avenue Association has been conducting, and contribution for holiday decorations. And I apologize if I missed one of the items there. I don't know if staff has a presentation on this or if the Solano Avenue Association would like to present on this.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Just an introduction of the item and handing it over to Alan Kane and Jennifer Hanson Romero, who are both here this evening and can clearly speak to it directly. This is submitting a request on their behalf, the Solano Avenue Association's behalf, with regard to the events that they have been leading on Solano Avenue to recognize and support our local business community. It's similar to a request the council received in 2021, where you authorized an allocation of $2,000 for the Winter Stroll event This request has more detail to it and a number of events included in one request. At the bottom of your staff report, you also see some conversation regarding in-kind costs for the events in terms of city staff and helping with public safety and also public works as the particular type of event may warrant, and also a running accounting of the utilization thus far or allocation thereof of the Rescue Act funding, which could cover this overall topic area should the council be so inclined. And I welcome Jennifer and Alan to add their presentation.
Yes, they don't have their hands raised, but I presume they would like to talk to this. Thank you, City Clerk, for promoting President Hansen and Executive Director Kane.
Hi there.
Hello, welcome.
Alan Kane, Solano Avenue Association. I'm not sure if my colleague Jennifer would like to start or if she would like to defer to me.
I think I'll defer to you to start.
Okay. So first of all, thank you to the City Council for volunteering your time, particularly Mayor Jordan and Vice Mayor Tiedemann. Thank you, Nicole, for bringing this item to the agenda. I also want to recognize the conflict in Ukraine. So my colleague Jennifer did a detailed summary of why we do our events, what they cost us, kind of the architecture of our events and how they pay for themselves and what the detailed expenses are. So I'm not going to replay the pilot episode for you all in the interest of time. However, I will try to fill in some gaps that I think just need some clarifications. She presented a number just regarding the Solano stroll for now. She presented a number that basically indicated we pay $38,121 for the production of the event. Now these are basically baseline expenses. So they are expenses that we have to pay for the production of this event in advance. They are expenses that we have to pay for regardless of the size of the crowd. And these are expenses that typically go to vendors who are very local, and we're proud of the fact that we keep relationships with very local vendors such as Honey Bucket, which is an organization out of Pittsburgh, printers out of Richmond. We obviously pay $7,000 for entertainers who are mostly local, so hopefully they'll spend their paychecks on Solano Avenue. We actually pay a lot of money for a East Shore charter line service, which provides 3 shuttle buses for the event. And they are a local family owned organization and they live in Pinole and operate out of Oakland. Alliance Graphics, who provides the t-shirts and bags, they are located in Berkeley just behind McDonald's and pride themselves on the fact they only hire union labor for the production of their goods and materials. And not to mention the Albany Strollers and Rollers, of course, who provide bicycle parking for the event. So these are all local vendors. And just keep in mind too, the numbers that she submitted to you were for the 2019 Solano stroll. We know that it's 2022 and the cost of gas is now equivalent to the price per gallon of vodka in Russia. So those numbers are obviously going to go up a little bit. I'd like to think our accomplishments speak for themselves. We sponsor other events, so it's not just that we come into town and do this huge production called the Solano Avenue Stroll and walk away. We have a full-time director that provides services to the business, the commercial district full-time. We sponsor things like the Albany Film Fest. We provide amplification for all the events for the Albany Community Foundation. And not to mention, we have a very close relationship with the shower program that is provided by Albany Thrives Together. So that all being said, we'd like you to consider the programs that we presented to you. We, as an association, incurred a lot of debt in 2020 and 2021, as you can imagine. I'm guessing that that if the city didn't have an event in 2020 or 2021, that it might have saved a little bit of money. And we're asking you to spend it now. Jennifer?
Hi, thank you for that. First of all, thank you, City Council and City staff, for this opportunity to speak on this. We are requesting this funding in support to bring back the stroll, but also to continue to fund other events, family-free, friendly events on Solano for our community. We have been doing the stroll ever since I was a little kid. You know, it was always the one thing that we always came out for. You know, everybody had to be there at the stroll, but you know, I always look for the silver linings and things. And one of the things that we would often hear is, you know, some people love the stroll the way it is. Other people love the stroll a little bit smaller. Well, now we're being able to bring you both opportunities if we can just get the funding and support from our cities to do so, and to hold these quarterly events, as well as bringing back the stroll this year, which I think is a very important time to do so. I think people need to be able to get out and rejoice together and be together as a community. And I think this is a great way of doing that. In addition, we also are asking for continued funding support. One of the items in there is the winter holiday decor. And that is something that the city's been helping to sponsor along with the Solano Berkeley bid. And I've been working with both organizations to have a cohesive atmosphere along Solano, and we've been adding to the program as we've been going and trying to enhance it and grow it. So that's part of why this came up as such a large number, is because of the fact that, you know, we've kind of piecemealed it out to you guys in the past. And in speaking with Nicole, you know, she recommended that perhaps I bring it to you all as a full package for the overall support, rather than doing it item by item. So this full package basically includes a lot of bells and whistles. You get the stroll, you get the 4 quarterly event programs, you get the Halloween on Solano, you get the holiday decor, adding additional items to that as well. So we also get a lot of calls, a lot of people wanting to know, is the stroll coming back this year? Please don't let it be a, you know, a victim to the pandemic. We need this back. We want this back. We work with so many different community organizations, nonprofits, musicians, artists, activists. All sorts of people come and visit during that day and are able to have that face-to-face interaction, that face-to-face encounter where they can actually provide really needed information and entertainment and everything that our community thrives upon. So, you know, we basically, you know, going through the strategic plan, I was noticing a lot of points, you know, these SAA events fall right in line with a lot of the strategic plan items that you have listed. And I really hope that you guys can all find it in your heart to help provide this support and continue this community thriving and growing forward. You know, there's so many facets to all of us out there, and these events along our business district help us do that. We have people from all over coming to visit us, and many businesses, you have thrived at the stroll, as well as, some people who have come in as booths have stayed as actual businesses on our avenue. A new one is coming in just now, actually, who found us because of the Solano stroll. So that's a huge benefit of this event as well. So anyway, thank you all for your time on this, and we're open to any questions you may have.
Thank you, and thank you for being here. Are there any questions from, yes, Councilmember Nason?
Yeah. We've seen, and I've heard before some concerns about the Halloween event. Is that part of this package? And if so, have you heard any of these concerns, and do you have it on your radar to address them?
So it is a part of the package. It's a very small part of the package. Halloween on Solano is an awesome little event. And the reality of it is that we don't force any business to be a part of any of our events. So if a business does not want to participate, they can put a sign up. We actually provide the sign that says they're not able to participate. They don't, we don't ask, they don't list the reason why.
Yes, yes.
But we go out of our way to make sure that it's inclusive and exclusive when it needs to be. So none of our events are forced on anybody that participates.
I didn't hear that anybody was forced to participate, but I did hear that that safety measures might not have been all that they could have been.
Trick-or-treating happens within the neighborhoods of Albany every October 31st. We are providing a daylight opportunity for small children to trick-or-treat. It's the safest possible thing you can imagine. I saw that correspondence. I thought it was ridiculous.
That wasn't the only thing that I'd heard. I'd heard this from others, which is why I'm bringing it up. But you always hear me yapping about safety around the schools and everything. So
if you want an event that's safe, this is it. It's in the afternoon. The Albany police have a presence. It is in a commercial district with traffic lights and traffic calming devices. And I can't imagine the event being any safer than it is now.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I mean, just from what I've heard, the concern is that children basically jaywalk or run across Solano.
Children jaywalk across Solano every day. So I don't know why someone decided to choose to point out that it happened on October 31st when it happens every day.
I presume because there are far more children if the event is successful. And
this event is only advertised to local schools. So this is not advertised outside the region. This is your local school children going to businesses on Solano Avenue. Period.
Yeah. So basically, I will say that the police do patrol the area while they're doing this. We've been doing this Halloween on Solano for actually many years. It is something that a lot of the school children and parents in our community actually appreciate, because oftentimes some of the littler ones can't necessarily get out later at night. The time change shifts differently now. It used to be that you would get a lot more light hours trick-or-treating. I've had my kids trick-or-treating on Solano, and they'll go up and down. As a parent myself, safety is a concern, and I let my children know, you look both ways before you cross the street. My grandmother was Albany's first crossing guard, so safety has always been one of those things for me. So but I think that there are quite a few adults on the avenue, and everybody's kind of looking out for each other. The speeds along Solano have already been slowed by for many reasons, and it's definitely just a well-loved event, but it's not publicized out to. We're not asking for hordes of outside people coming to this particular event. This is a very quiet, we actually have called it in the past kind of our secret event, because if we keep it really low key, really quiet to basically do the community. But this is one small piece of the puzzle. This is $1,000. And the only reason that we're asking for even that portion of the money for the Halloween event is to actually help provide a little bit more safety with more monitors. And then also, you know, to help support our businesses who maybe can't afford the amount of candy that they're giving out. We can use these funds to help allocate to those businesses. Because normally if a business calls them up and says, we want to participate, but we don't really have the funding for the candy, we will actually go purchase the candy for them so that they can help participate.
Okay,
So
you said the magic words, which is more monitors. I think that's what I wanted to hear.
Okay, well, perfect.
If and I'd like to make a suggestion, just something to think about, that maybe some extra slow down signs, you know, there are cute little crossing signs. I do the signs, or I did do the signs at the waterfront and went sign shopping. And there are the cute little signs of, you know, ostrich crossing and giraffe crossing and so forth that could easily be put on a temporary.
We'll have to get little spooky ghosts.
You know, yeah. Ghost, which crossing on
Which
which room or
crossing.
whatever. But the more monitors is sounds like a very good thing, and I'd urge you to think about some additional signage.
And that's why
Any
the
measures
funding is
can be
very important for us to be able to
Yeah.
do that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I'm just curious if we've decided to have the stroll this year, and who decides that? You know, we're in a good place right now, and everybody's kind of like, we're through COVID, we're done, check that box. We're not through COVID. We're in a good place, but we're gonna have to figure that out. And that's not the focus of this discussion. But my point is, do we really want to commit to a large event? At this point, I don't personally. I don't think we're there yet, and I have concerns about that. And since I'm talking, let me just add also to the safety piece. I thought the Lunar New Year was extremely dangerous. The way it was much bigger than you anticipated, and I know that part was in Berkeley. I was reminded of that. But I think you have to have written safety plans and work in conjunction with our public safety people, both police and fire, for these events, because you know somebody eventually will get hurt, and nobody wants that. So
Again,
tell me about the stroll. What?
Asking for more support, of course. You know, the more funding and more support we can get, the better and safer we can make.
Well, I think you can have conversations without a lot of money.
Yeah. So I also, just to respond to Peggy, and I respect your comments, a very popular top 10 performance artist by the name of Dua Lipa is performing at the San Jose Convention Center in a month. Ariana Grande is performed at the Chase Stadium across the bay, and Cal has a 30,000 capacity stadium that's basically filled every weekend for Cal football games. I mean, I know that the CDC is allowing these events to occur, especially when they're outdoors, and I recognize your concerns around safety. And the last thing we would ever want to do is get people sick, which is why we canceled it for 2 years. At the same time, if we're going to produce this event, we need to start producing it now. And that's why the ask comes to you now. And if you decide it's not the time, let it go, set it free. And if it's meant to be, it will come back. But if we're going to produce this event, we need to do it next week.
I understand that. I'm just curious as to how that sort of piece works.
So let me just jump in here. And, you know, part of this is also because we're also in talks with the city of Berkeley, and it's actually something I've been speaking with Councilperson Hahn about. And you know, we both agree it's something far too important not to plan. There's we've spoken to many of the other similar style, not of course, to our magnitude, but similar large events in our surrounding areas, and they are all planning for their strolls. Their
El Sobrante.
having a stroll. The Lunar New Year parade in San Francisco just did theirs. There's many events and festivals that have already restarted and are planning to do more. And if we don't have this allocation of funds, if we don't have this commitment, we absolutely can't move forward for this year. And it may actually end up, basically killing the stroll for good, or the association in a way. So, San Francisco Symphony and Opera with 3,000 people inside are open. So I mean, at some point we have to plan to move forward. And if something else happens along those lines, as we go, we are looking into event insurance plans to see if potentially it will cover anything that we're not able to provide. A lot of what we ask for in-kind services. Also, just want to point out to the fact that for many years, the stroll was sponsored by both cities for a very, very small fee, and that fee had not changed in over 20 years. And so this is a bigger ask, but it's because it hasn't been updated for many years, and also because of the cost of everything has just skyrocketed so much. So I just hope that you all can take that into consideration as well.
Are you asking for 15,000 for the stroll or 30,000 this year?
So to clarify that, it would be technically 15,000, but there's an additional 15,000 that we are requesting that, based upon, we received the federal, I believe it was the federal recovery grant funds through the city of Berkeley grant process. And so we applied to them through their grant process for these recovery funds, and they did supply us with 15,000 for that. In addition, they're also putting forth the measure to also give us supporting funds for the Solano stroll this year. We also receive additional funds from the city of Berkeley. On Solano has a business improvement district that the business owners pay into a funding source to do things on specifically Solano Avenue. Those funds cover the holiday decor and cover the 4 quarterly events as part of their portion. But the city of Albany, the city of Berkeley is also putting in a request for funding of up to 20,000 for the Solano Avenue Association to move forward with the stroll. Now that meeting hasn't happened yet, but that's it's in the works, just so everyone knows.
So do I understand correctly? You're saying 15,000 from the city of Berkeley and 15,000 from the city of Albany for a 30,000 towards the stroll.
Sorry, basically it's a total of 30,000 from each. So city of Berkeley's already given us 15. They're requesting another 20 for us. Our request to city of Albany was actually 15 for the stroll and the additional 15 in the recovery grant funds that you guys have to match what we received for the city of Berkeley.
For the stroll. So 30, correct. It sounds like 30 from Albany and 35 from Berkeley, and that's all stroll.
Yes.
And the other 27.5 covers holiday decoration.
The holiday decor, the quarterly events.
The
Halloween on Solano. And because we get those 3 funds from the bid in Berkeley.
So,
But we don't have the bid in Albany, so therefore we can't take from those funds.
So I'm a little confused because the report says refer an allocation of 15K for the stroll to the FY 23-24.
So that would be for next year, we would be coming in asking for just another 15, not the 15 plus the recovery grant money. We would just be asking for 15 moving forward.
Okay, so okay.
So this would be
So you're
for
asking
this
15.
year and next year. Nicole, do you want to help me out here? Sorry. Maybe I'm saying this wrong.
Sure, I'm flipping screens. Sorry for my lag there. I'm just looking at the memo submittal. If I'm reading it right, it's 15 to match grant funding given by the City of Berkeley. So that's basically an allocation to SAA. And then 15,000 for the stroll event for fiscal year 23-24. Then the other additional costs, which I think you're asking specifically about the stroll, so I won't go into each of those.
But it says here, you're asking for 15,000 for the event, as well as Government Rescue Act funds in the amount of 15,000. Isn't that 30,000? And that's just this year.
No, it's one for this year, 15. If I'm reading it, it sounds like there's different reads to it. Item 1 is for this year, 15,000 for this year. Stroll to be held Sunday, September 11th, 2022. Item 2 is 15,000 for next year. See, it says fiscal year 23-24 stroll event.
There's two 15,000 in item number 1.
I think with President Hansen's description, I think I understand the ask now, which is 15,000 for this year, 15,000 that's from the city's funds, 15,000 from the ARPA funds for this year. So that's the 30,000.
Right.
And neither of those includes the 15,000 for next year. And they're not asking for the 15,000 for next year right now.
Correct.
Okay. So it's 15,000 from the city's funds, 15,000 from the rescue funds, and then 4 times 5,000 for the quarterly events from the city's funds, 1,000 for the Halloween event, and 6,500 for the holiday decorations. So this is all about the next year, essentially. It's not the next actual year from now. It's not about.
It's this year. Yeah.
This year, right? These 4 quarters. Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I don't know if we really have the authority right here and now to grant funds from the rescue fund. I have to look to staff if that's within our remit.
Yeah, an allocation of Rescue Act funds could be designated for the recovery aspect intended by these events.
Okay, so that is within bounds for us to be able to do. Okay, great. All right.
And that's in the financial section as the recommended funding source.
Okay. For all of it or for just that?
Well, hearing that added detail, we may need to look at that because if some of these are actually for next fiscal year, I don't know that the council would commit to the future from the specific funding source, because as you know, that's a finite source. And if this is coming out of a standing general fund budget, we would need to regroup and look at where we would have that funding going forward on a sustained basis.
Well, and we could pull that moving forward the next year. I don't want to hold up this year on something of that source. So if it would mean we basically placed it this way because this is how Berkeley City Council was requesting us to put forward to them. So they wanted to be able to put it in their budget moving forward. And so that's why I presented it like this. But if that holds, if you would prefer to use the recovery funds and fund this all for this year, and then hold that other item for a future item, we could do that as well. That would be going in at requesting that we become a budgetary item moving forward for 15,000, if that makes sense.
Makes sense to me. Yes, Councilmember McQuaid.
Can someone say what the in-kind costs for the stroll have been in the past, or just an estimate?
I included a staff report link to the agenda item. The last reportables that we had were from 2019. It varies year to year depending on the dynamics of the event. So we would need to see what this upcoming event, what the expanse of it is.
My recollection from the staff report was the in-kind was pegged at around a little over 20,000, I think. If I'm recalling correctly, that's what Director Bond had estimated in there.
Okay. I'm sorry, I hadn't seen that, sorry.
Yeah, sure. So we've been asking lots of good questions, getting a lot of clarity. Vice Mayor Tiedemann, yes.
Apologies if you were going to take us somewhere, but
well,
I wanted to get in.
Attendee comment, but if you have a
Yes.
question.
I wanted to get in before we went there. So I understand that the cost being requested has gone up from 2,000 that we contributed each year for the stroll.
No. Sorry.
Okay, well, let me.
Yeah.
I may be wrong there, but my question will get to all of it. I just want to understand what we have contributed in previous years, as I know this is all of it, what we normally do in pieces all together in one. But what have we contributed in previous years for these same items? So how much did we contribute for decorations? How much for each stroll? How much for each piece of this have we done in the past? And
well, do you want me?
I don't know if staff or
I'll take it. The
that.
winter decor has been the same.
Well, let actually, because I think Nicole, you have a lot of the numbers. Do you want to just give the numbers that you have in the past, or do you want?
I'm not really prepared to go into depth on all of that.
No worries. So I'll just summarize it. Basically, is that the winter decor item has been something that's been supported and funded with the city for the past, I believe, 4 or 5 years now that we've been working with the city of Berkeley Solano bid with. So that's been something that's been kind of ongoing for a while. The quarterly events only just started happening. We just did a couple of them as kind of testers to see how things worked out, how they, were enjoyed, reacted, appreciated, attended. And so we came requesting actually a little bit more money, but at that time, we only got granted $2,000. So that's that 2,000 money figure that you were speaking on. And then prior to that, for over 20 years, both the City of Berkeley and City of Albany have equally supported the Solano Stroll with a $5,000 cash donation. Or sorry, Alan, say it.
He's just saying 5,000. It's been 5,000.
I was trying to provide a dramatic visual for you, but failed. But it's $5,000. I think that covers the walkie-talkies. Go ahead.
Yeah, so basically it's been $5,000 for like 20 years. We've never increased it. I don't know why. When I started looking at this, I'm going, wait a second, why have we never increased this? Some of our sponsors pay more money than the cities do. It's, I mean, of course, you guys have the in-kind services, and I don't want to, say that that's not, of course, that's worth a lot as well. But the city services are also a way to showcase our city as well, to showcase where your dollars are being spent, how your community is being served, all of these things that are important for the community to be able to connect with and correspond with, where these opportunities might not be available in any other given format. So yeah, and with the fact that costs have just skyrocketed, we have to increase this. And this is a very minimal amount compared to what the city gets back. So just leave it at that. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yes, thank you. No further questions.
Vice
ahead to public
Mayor,
comment.
Mayor, if I can just add a point of information that I pulled up based on Councilmember McQuaid's question, and Vice Mayor Tiedemann, it probably speaks to your questions. The in-kind in 2019 was about $21,500 for the event. That's not including the preliminary planning work.
Thank you. One other question did occur to me. The configuration of Solano's changed a little bit with the restaurants that opt to investing in building parklets, temporary parklets, but who knows, by then there might be some permanent ones. That's something that's in the works, yet to be decided. So that'll be a bit of a change of geometry for the stroll. Is there any thinking on sort of how those will articulate? So there'll be a little bit less space for booths. The booths might be a little bit more discontinuous in some sense, depending on where those are.
Or continuous in others. I have to say that that's also something that we had to look into as far as why the ask has increased, because obviously we're not able to put things in certain places anymore. So we are aware of that, and that is part of the cost allocation that we've considered.
And I hate to put you behind the scenes in the side 2 of the DVD, but the reality is, we don't know what this event is going to look like. We had, a pony ride provider who literally had to give away all of her family pets during the pandemic, and will never come to the stroll again. So, many bands weren't able to perform practice in 2020, and so they couldn't attend any of our events in 2021. So you ask very good questions. I mean, the street having some outside dining features, that's certainly one component of it, but there's a lot of other moving pieces to this that we're anxious to experiment with.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you all with the questions and conversation. Hopefully that'll help the attendees frame their comments. And with that, City Clerk, please bring in the first attendee. Welcome.
Yeah, hi. Good evening, everybody. This is Jeremiah. I had a question. I noticed that it was mentioned early on the Solano Avenues Association involvement with the shower program. And I was wondering how much of this funding, or if any of this funding that's being potentially approved tonight, I was wondering how much funding is going to that shower program that you guys are all good in cahoots with each other. I was just curious about that. Also, I was wondering where all this money's coming from. Sugar sweetened beverage tax, soda tax fund? I mean, where's this money coming from? The city council's secret stash of what, $25,000, $30,000, your discretionary fund? And where is this money coming from? I don't know. So yeah, those are my two questions. Where all this money gonna come from? What general specific fund? And also, if any of it's going to support the dog shower program.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, this is Margie again. As a citizen of Albany, I wanted to say that I feel like the stroll is just part of our identity as a city. And please don't be the group that puts, like the first nail in the coffin. And secondly, I want to say that I hope you approve this money. And when you do, you're not just approving the money to pay for the stroll or pay for the Halloween event or the other events. You're supporting an important part of our community, the Solano Avenue Association. It's a valuable asset. And if they don't get money for these events, then we're not going to have these events anymore. And given the number of empty storefronts there are on Solano right now, which I'm sad to say, I want you to support them. I want you to support the group and the activities that they're doing. And I just want to say something about Alan and Jennifer. Both of them work incredibly hard, and for the city of Albany and for the Solano Avenue, and all the time. I've never seen them not like in a hurry doing something. And I also, for the record, DOG does not get any money for our shower program from the Solano Avenue Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. This is Veronica Davidson. I really appreciate this discussion. I just wanted to make a quick point that was brought up earlier. The SEA said that they had to apply through a process for the grant funding with the city of Berkeley. Is there a process for this in Albany for the federal funds? I know businesses were sent a message asking what would be the best way to support them with these funds and have heard no follow-up. So I think that if there is a formal process and everyone who needs the funds can apply at the same time, that seems equitable. Also, our businesses, many of them have put in parklets at their own expense or funded things for their businesses and have been told many times that there's no city funding available, there's no money in the budget. So while I would love to see everything get funded, that has not been what we've heard so far as business owners and community members. So I think that maybe we just need to look critically at that. I also think that if we're going to have an event like the stroll or the quarterly events, that equitable participation from all Albany businesses would be great, and also a way that this really showcases what's here in Albany, rather than just bringing in so many outside things that just are here. And as a neighbor, I would really just want to make sure that we're considering sort of the fallout impacts of this. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hi there. I was born and raised in Albany, and I'm actually a professional nonprofit fundraiser for a living. And I think this is a heck of a deal. I think that to go up just from 5 to 15 for an event that is so welcoming of our community, engages our entire community, provides the opportunity for many, many community organizations to reach constituents that are only attracted to this event because it's so free and welcoming, is a fantastic deal. I did note, I read all the materials for the meeting, that you have additional funds to allocate, and it sounds like you can address some of the concerns that were just brought up with your process on how to allocate those funds. A tip of the hat to SAA, because I see that they did win a grant. Not a lot of organizations who rely on city funds will go and do that and be able to write grants and get that funding. I know because that's what I do for a living. So I really think that the council should really consider this. And I was noting in your own strategic plan, you have engaged our diverse community in advance economic development and the arts as 2 of your cornerstones in your own strategic plan. So I really, really want to encourage this. I think it's a heck of a deal with a brilliant and wonderful history. I think some of the concerns that I read with regard to support for parklets, and those are all great concerns. They're just unfortunately misplaced because they don't really go against this proposal. They really have nothing to do with this proposal. This proposal is for separate funding, and it does look like you could allocate that. And really ensure that this event could move forward into the future. So I really do hope you consider it. It's a huge part of our community. It's open, it's welcoming, it's diverse, it's celebratory. I also hear the concern about COVID, and I understand that the bulk of this is outdoors, and we are doing events outdoors, and lots of people are, mask free inside as well now. And I understand that all those concerns are in place, but this is where we're at with the pandemic. And so I do feel like it's now or never. So I really do hope that you consider it, and thanks.
Thank you. Not seeing any other hands raised. Oh, wait, this one that came and went. Last call. All right, I'm going to bring it back to council. And yes, Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Thank you. That hand is back.
Yeah, and now it's gone. City Clerk, could you bring in the ghost hand? Welcome. You are still on mute.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can now. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, I'm a ghost hand. That's an interesting observation here. I just wanted to just reiterate my concern for the safety issue, as Councilmember Nason supported or stated some statements about safety. It's important that there is a police presence there, but more importantly, the signage needs to be available as well, because many of the seniors there actually attend. It is kind of a good thing to have that. And I believe that in previous agenda meetings, I've was listening to what you guys are going to bring back as safety for signages. To quote you, Mayor, one fatality is one too many. That is a Mayor Jordan quote. So I hope that you would just consider the signage when considering this this funding for this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, I see no more hands popping up, popping down. So over to Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Thank you. So a couple thoughts. First, I just want to start with, I've been going to the stroll my whole life. I have many fond memories. I think the ponies that Alan mentioned used to be right at the end of my street on Talbot. There's definitely some very old photos of me on those ponies, and I have very fond memories. I think we should absolutely have the stroll in the future, and I want it to happen if we can, do it safely, if public health works for it, if we can make it happen. And I also think, the cost of anything staying the same for 20 years just doesn't make sense with basic economics and the cost of things increasing and inflation and everything. So I think there's definitely room to increase that. I think the main part here is that I am a little uncomfortable using American Rescue Fund money for this, as I think if a $57,000 request for this came to us without that money, we would and ah about it a lot and have a very long discussion about how to pay for it and whether we should. And I don't think the ARPA funds should be viewed as an easy way out of that and a way that we can, fund kind of whatever we want, because those are really flexible one-time funds that are meant to respond to COVID. And I'm not saying that funding some of these events is not a good use of some of that money, but we still haven't put together some programs from that I think are going to be really important to make people whole with the hardship they've endured during this pandemic. And so spending this amount of it on these events, I think is a little tough to swallow at the moment. I think if it's worth spending this money, then it's probably worth finding a way to do so in our budget, especially because if we're going to be doing this regularly, we're going to have to find an alternate source of funds to do this every year. And I think that's probably worth it, but may result in a little bit less than the ask is. Especially, I can see 15 or more for funding the stroll. I think combined with that amount, it's hard to then, essentially pay for another stroll with 15,000 for all of the smaller events. So I'm just not there yet to pass this as is using these funds tonight, because I'm not sure that this is the right source of money for it. And I think we need to think about more how we pay for this more regularly.
Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. I've had to switch over to my iPad, so I have to look for all the buttons every time I breathe. I certainly have a lot in common, I think, with what the Vice Mayor just said. I don't think this is an appropriate use of the ARPA funds. And I would like us to have some real serious discussion, probably on the staff level, as to what the stroll should look like. We started sort of thinking about this back in 2018, 2019, and then it all ended. But I think we should go back to that and, what are the safety things that we need to put in for the stroll? And what, we pride ourselves in being a green city, and then we have all these machines doing, the rides. Is that really a green part of our city? I think there needs to be a little more discussion about how this is going to look going forward. I can see us giving 15,000 to the stroll. I would not want to do 30. I think that's a little too much. And I'm also a little concerned about this 4 quarterly events, one of which is the day before the stroll. I'm wondering if we really, either us as staff or the community or even the association, has the bandwidth to do an event on a Saturday and the stroll on Sunday. And then there's 4 events, that being one of them, and then the Halloween event is sort of another, so there's really 5. I wonder if we could pare that down a little bit and have a more workable plan. So I think that's it for this go round.
Thank you. Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I want to first, I'm accuse myself against voting because, as you know, I am on the board. So I wanted to state that, but I just wanted to make a statement as far as what has already been stated. The Vice Mayor spoke about, funding. I wonder if it's possible, if as part of our budget, we have a line item that's just specifically for events like this. That way there's no conversation on where the money's coming from or what we're going to use. And I think that's something we could probably look into. It could be an event fund or a people fund. I know some cities they have a people's budget where they put money there for something like this. It's something I think we should consider, so we can't, have to worry about, where the funding is coming from. Another thing is that I know there was concerns about COVID. Councilmember McQuaid brought up, and the member and the attendees brought that up. But as you can recall, we had a Juneteenth celebration on the street, and y'all all attend. We was in the midst of COVID. It was outside. We had a great time. Yes, there was some safety concerns, but it was still a celebratory event. So whatever you decide, again, I just wanted to throw those little nuggets out there and hope that you all can come up with an agreement that's good for the city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Deedman.
Yeah, to pick up on that, I think having this as part of a budget line item of funding this regularly is exactly what I think we should look into in the future, especially as that would make it a lot more reliable, hopefully, for the association, that they wouldn't have to come to us hat in hand every time, that we would have it officially passed months ahead of time so that they could have it as a sure thing. And I think that's something that we should look into, and if this needs to kick off soon, then we should try and do this with all possible speed, to try and, factor it into our regular budget and our regular sources of funds.
Thank you. From my perspective, I think it needs to kick off now. Putting an event together like this is incredibly complicated. So I'm not in favor of holding over all of this until any future meeting. I think we heard, and I think it was, given as information that this really needs to happen now. I mean, we're less than 6 months out. In terms of where the funding comes from, well, maybe it would be useful to hear from either Director Kane or President Hansen about the the concern that Councilmember McQuaid raised, which I wasn't aware of, that one of the quarterly events is nominally scheduled for the Saturday, the day before the stroll. Is that accurate? Yeah, City Clerk, if you would be willing to to promote them back in. Thanks. Thank you for returning.
Can you hear me?
I can indeed.
Okay, great. So basically, one of the reasons that we did this is because this was something that was requested of us from our local businesses. Is we had a lot of local businesses ask us oftentimes, oh, it would be great if we could have this as a 2-day event, maybe kind of a hybrid piece. We could have just our local shops open on the Saturday and have how the stroll started. The stroll started in 4 blocks of Berkeley as just a sidewalk evening festival on Thursday evenings. And it grew to this over time, over years. And so basically it was kind of a way, and COVID is basically, made us pivot, made us, look at things from a different perspective. And therefore this was kind of this opportunity to be able to do both things. You're never going to please everybody all of the time, so this was a way of, trying to please the majority of people in this one weekend so that we could do this local, more home style event on the Saturday, and then roll out our welcome mats and engage in the rest of the population coming out for such a much larger community event, and celebrating and getting people to come to our little gem of an avenue and be able to learn about things and play for the day. Somebody told me today, well, I always loved the stroll because as a young kid, one of the things that I thought was the coolest thing ever was that the street was closed and you could walk on the street where cars were supposed to go, so it was that kind of thing. So basically it's having that 2-day event on that weekend where one of them is the quarterly and one of them is the stroll, is actually just trying to merge that hybrid of wants and needs of our community.
Thank you.
If that helps. And yes, we do need to know about the funding now, because without it, it's not going to happen.
I saw Director Kane just raised his hand. Do you have some information to add, Director Kane?
Not too much, other than it just kind of shows, speaks to the agility of the group. I'm a full-time director of the association. We have 11 board members who are on or near Solano Avenue who dedicate a lot of time to this organization. You just heard from one of them. The seasonal events or the quarterly events are a challenge to do. The stroll is a challenge to do, but life is challenging, and life gives you back what you put into it. And the fact that we're able to do these events so close together, we've always done Halloween on Solano after the stroll. Sometimes it's very close to after the stroll. And then we have Santa on Solano just another month and a half later. So it just speaks to the agility of the group and the dedication of our volunteer board that backs the paid director. Without them, I couldn't do it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Tiedemann, you have some questions for President of the Director?
No questions. I was going to offer a suggestion, but if Councilmember Nason wants to go ahead, please do.
Well, if you'd like to make a suggestion, I'm happy to follow you.
I was just gonna, so I recognize the need for getting this going if it's gonna happen. I would offer, in the spirit of compromise, that we amend the resolution that we have to fund for 15,000 in pursuance of the stroll, meaning the big event in September, as a way of giving the association the funding needed to start the planning process, which they need to start now, and then having that from the ARPA funds, and then readdress the other parts of this with at a later time, hopefully soon. Happy to be on ad hoc if we want to go that route, and try and figure out a more permanent way to fund the other parts of this. As much as I appreciate it all being brought at once, I think that is generally good. In this instance, I would say break it up to that piece that needs to get going now and then address the rest at another time.
Nason?
Yeah, I'm gonna speak in favor of the proposal. It seems to me that it does seem consistent with ARPA, because this is an economic development event. It's one that had to be held off for a couple of years, and that always has impacts in event planning. You know, when you have a couple of years out, you have to do things differently. You know, whatever you had that was dialed in may not be available. I see it, as the speaker said, it seems like a small amount of money for the benefit. I think that there's a lot of people who would never have heard of Albany if they hadn't come to the Solano stroll. You know, it's kind of it's a signature event, and I'm not uncomfortable with the COVID piece of it. As an outdoor event, that does not worry me. And I would just as soon, you know, we've spent a lot of time on it tonight. I would just assume that we go forward with it. Having said that, at the same time, I completely agree with the comments that were sent in, suggesting that the importance of listening to the businesses, that we really need to be sure that anyone who is receiving funding for economic development is hearing the businesses on Solano and the businesses off Solano, and listening to the community. You know, I think that the survey, at least to me, the survey that was done on the parklets should hopefully have put to rest that debate. It was pretty conclusive. The parklets received overwhelmingly positive perspective, and I know that's not on our agenda, so I won't say further about that. But it is very important that that the Solano Avenue Association listen with an open mind and an open heart to the members of the business community, think about how this affects the businesses that are not on Solano as well. And with that, I would support this. And although I do agree with the comments that when the next budget comes to us, I'd like to see the Solano stroll, if we're going to be paying for it, if the city will be supporting it as a standing item, then it needs to be part of our budgetary picture.
Yeah, I'd like to underscore the listening. I felt that we were listened to tonight until three of us weighed in on the safety factor. I'm glad that three of us did, but I do hope the association will seek to listen better. And thinking of different ways this could be done. Now, I don't know when so that there's been a request for 4 quarterly support for 4 quarterly events. When are those events? Does anybody know? I mean, approximately is the first one that would fund this month? Is it in June? And the reason I'm asking is because I'm thinking a way to broker a compromise here might be to fund 2 of them to get us past our next budget cycle, so we can then have a discussion in our next budget cycle in terms of funding the ones that are further out. But I need to know when the next one is. So maybe I see President Hansen has her hand raised again. She might be able to answer that question. If City Clerk, you would do your magic once again.
Hi there. Yes, so the first, to answer your question, Mayor Jordan, the first quarterly event is coming up on May 1st, so it's very soon. We would need to have that allocation of funds right away. The next quarterly event would be in July, and then followed by the September event. I also I appreciate the comments of the listening piece of things. I feel like not to delve too far into that, but we were feeling, as we were trying to be helpful and supportive with the city and the initiatives in doing things the way that they were supposed to be done. And so we were working with the city and the chamber as a support piece in that manner. And unfortunately, it did not come out in the right appearance, so to speak. But also, I do want to address Councilmember Nason. Our event is open to all of the businesses in the city, and I just want to point out to everyone that our stroll has recently been sponsored by Albany Subaru, Belmont Village, Golden Gate Fields, Mechanics Bank. We've also been sponsored by Safeway, Floor Dimensions, John Muir and UCSF Health, as well as my office at Winkler Real Estate Group. So I wanted to bring up the periscope on that we actually do incorporate all of our businesses in Albany and Berkeley who would like to join in and be a part of our events. So
thank you. Councilmember McQuaid.
Thank you. If we were to use our ARPA money for this, is there money that we can use?
The question, the question is there remaining ARPA funds available to allocate to the funding request?
No. Is there money, is there another place in the budget that we could take some of this money?
Currently, no. We do not have anything budgeted that would be a direct application to this funding request. We need to look at that. I mean, you do have the reserve funds, so there could be an allocation from your reserve fund that haven't been applied to reserves yet. But that is not a sustainable thing over time. So that's probably a different conversation in your next budget cycle.
I just, I almost don't like the optics of the ARPA money, especially if we go with $30,000 of ARPA money for the stroll. Whereas I think Vice Mayor Tiedemann mentioned earlier how much people have struggled over the last few years, and we've really tried to put the ARPA funds into the rent relief for that piece of it, and then the business piece. I think we could probably slide 15,000 out of there, but I wouldn't want to take any more out.
So I have a question and idea. I can organize my thoughts here. So the council has a budget allocation that has not been allocated this fiscal year, or at least not very much of it. I think maybe a bit was allocated, perhaps, vague memory. So I would be amenable to allocating most or all of the 15,000 for the stroll from that. We're coming to the end of the fiscal year and it has been allocated. Now, of course, I'm not saying we always have to allocate it, but this seems like, as one of the attendees said, a pretty good deal for what Albany gets out of it. The question is, has the ARPA grant program for businesses actually already started up? Because we allocated $1 million to that.
Mayor Jordan, it's being launched in April. We're literally 2 weeks away from putting that together and submitting it to the business community. It took a little time to get started after the council authorization.
Great, thank you. Because I have some perception, and I appreciate the association providing a financial statement, and that was for 2019. They mentioned they're in debt. They have a full-time person who works very hard on these projects, and so I'm inclined to allocate $15,000 to the stroll, and in the hope that the association will apply for funds to backfill whatever debt it has accrued from not being able to run the stroll, which I think is sort of one of its major sources of funds from what I can gather from the financial statement. And so if that grant program is coming, I would imagine the association might compete well. I don't know. Depends upon the criteria that are there. So what I'm proposing is 15,000 from the council fund for the stroll this year, not 30,000 in total. The other rest, the association can apply for a grant. 10,000 for the next 2 quarterly events, and that would come from the ARPA funds. And that the rest, which is further out in time, it's beyond our next, when we have to adopt our next budget, be referred to that budget process. So seeking a compromise here. I don't know if I hit it right, but trying. Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
I like the compromise. I just want to make sure, how much do we have in our council discretionary fund? And apologies, Nicole, to make you have to keep trying to answer things that you're not super prepared for.
Yeah, I don't have that number in front of me. I'm sorry. I can definitely get that for the council. If we'll have to come back if it doesn't match.
All right, well, maybe do it this way. I'm pretty sure it's 20,000, and I'm almost positive that we haven't allocated more than 5, if even anything close to that, from my memory, because that's the one bucket of money I have some say over, so or more direct say over. So I pay attention to that one. But so maybe the concept could be, we will allocate up to $15,000 from the council fund, and whatever remainder up to $15,000 plus $10,000 for 2 quarterly events from ARPA funds.
So we wouldn't do the Christmas decorations or whatever?
That would be referred to our budget process on the recommendation of an interest of Vice Mayor Tiedemann, that if that's, now I'm sort of interested because it sounds like the city has been contributing to that in the past. So I would presume that would be in our budget already. I'm not sure where that money came from in past years. And I don't think that's probably not something the council approved, because it's a pretty small amount of money. It's definitely way within the city manager's remit to approve. So I don't know how that process has worked in the past.
It's funded through economic development funds. There is a small amount of money in there that we've been using for this because it was shared commitment with City of Berkeley's bid. Okay, so I think, again, the idea is those further out, those items that are in the next fiscal year, further into the next fiscal year. I know the stroll's in the next fiscal year, but that takes longer to plan. That we could take those up in our budget process and
and right size it in our budget. Yes, Vice Mayor Teeman.
Yeah, I support that move, and I knew I had an email somewhere with our discretionary fund. This is a little old, but I don't think we've allocated a lot since then, but I have an email that in October we had allocated out of 20,000, I think a bit over 1,000. And I don't think we've allocated more than a couple hundred since then, if anything. But if we need to bring it back to make that whole, if we have, then I'm perfectly comfortable with that.
Well, so my suggestion is, again, because time is of the essence, rather than bring it back, just say of the 25,000, we'll do 15,000 or however much we can do.
Yeah, that was, sorry, to clarify, I mean, doing
Okay.
that, and then if we ended up somehow not having the 15,000 in there, coming back and figuring out, making
Well, no,
that.
so my suggestion is it's $25,000 package. We do up to 15,000 from the council account. If there isn't 15,000 available, whatever is the remainder comes out of ARPA funds, so that we get this done and over with for now, and we can move on to our budget process.
I think that sounds good.
Councilmember McQuaid.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I thought I had it and I think I got lost.
Sure.
I got the 15,000 from discretionary, and then from ARPA, are you taking 25,000 or 10,000?
10,000.
Okay.
10,000. So two quarterly events, and in the
So
hope that SAA will apply through the city's business grant funding to backfill its losses over the last few years.
So the total is 15. I mean, the total is 25. No,
Right.
yeah, 25.
There we go.
Sorry. Okay.
It's going to be that time.
Yeah. Is that a motion?
I will make it a motion. So the motion is that the city will provide to Solano Avenue Association $25,000, up to $15,000 of which will come from the council discretionary fund, should it be available, and the remainder to come from ARPA funding.
Should this, sorry, technical question.
Sure.
Should the motion we're making be an amendment to the language of the resolution we have?
Probably. You want to give that a try? I'm not looking at the resolution. Please help.
Sure, I do have the resolution here. So I think the motion would be to amend the last part of the resolution to be that now, therefore be it resolved that the Albany City Council hereby authorizes the financial contribution, co-sponsorship of the upcoming Solano Avenue Association events and programming in the amount of 15,000 from the council discretionary fund and 10,000 from ARPA funds.
And I would offer the friendly amendment, and if 15,000 is not available, however much is available with the remainder to come from ARPA funds.
Yes. I think that's a full motion.
I will second that. Thank you for helping.
So can I add a friendly amendment, which doesn't change the dollar amount? Because I would like to sort of memorialize the safety issue. So, and I'm not sure exactly how to do that. And maybe another sentence that says the Solano Avenue Association will work with public safety personnel on their events, but make it sound better. Or so that's you're good at that. Can you wordsmith that a little bit?
I don't have two brain cells to rub together at this point, I'm afraid. But I think you put it fine. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, that.
Do you accept the friendly amendment?
Yes, though I saw a hand from our city manager.
It went up, went down, another ghost hand. So do you
yes, so I'm fine with that.
Okay, and I will second that. I'm guessing maybe we're discussed enough. That's going to be chomping a bit to discuss more. With that, City Clerk, if you could poll the four of us that are going to vote on this, as I understand it.
Councilmember McQuay,
Yes.
Councilmember Nason,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tiedemann,
Yes.
and Councilmember Gary's recused.
Correct.
Mayor Jordan.
Yes.
The motion carries.
And I do have well, maybe it's a question take up later, but there was an equity issue raised with expenditures on the temporary parklets not having been contributed to by the city. The city didn't have money to contribute at the time, but it does seem to me that the grant funding program doesn't admit of recouping those expenses. I may be wrong on that. I think it was. I don't know if that was included in something that businesses were allowed to apply for. But if there's any latitude, I would encourage including that as a reimbursable or a backfillable expense. I will leave it at that for now. All right, moving on. Brings us to item number 12, which is council subcommittee reports, council member reports on appointed representation, Albany and other meetings and events. Are there any volunteers? Vice Mayor Tiedemann.
Yes, we had an EVC Board of Directors meeting last week. And the main thing we covered was an update on all of our programs. There's a ton of information here, and so I'm not going to go through all of it. I think if anyone's interested on anything, or if you want to know what EVC programs are doing, there's a very comprehensive presentation that is part of our agenda. But just to cover some highlights, we're doing additional data tracking through a new system. We are continuing a lot of support programs that aim at making sure people aren't disconnecting because of inability to pay. They are offering technical assistance with help for reach codes for municipalities to help meet their climate goals. They have a whole induction cooking program to try and get people to switch to that over gas. There are a variety of medical baseline programs, including free batteries, and a whole bunch of programs around transport to try and make it more sustainable. That's definitely not all of it. It was a hour-long presentation. So anyone can ask me if there's anything they want to know over email.
Thank you. Next volunteer.
I attended committee meetings for the Alameda County Transportation Commission. And this month, the policy committee considered the San Pablo Avenue project, and that will come before the commission later this week. And I will put that's probably the most significant thing specific to Albany that the commission has considered in recent times. I will put that in the next, I will put the ACTC presentation into the next council agenda packet. And I guess the key thing to know for those who have been following this is that Berkeley is the current representative to the ACTC from Berkeley is expressing a possibility that Berkeley will reverse, not that it will reverse its stand, but that it will accelerate its desired timeline for including more of Berkeley. And the way that the project is, I know I'm making no sense here. This is the project to bring bus rapid transit to San Pablo Avenue. And a huge issue throughout the planning process has been bicycle, what is the bicycle access? And the problem being for both Berkeley and Albany, that both cities have limited right-of-way, and that there is, and that so the plan for years now has been to have the bikeway on a parallel route to San Pablo Avenue through Berkeley and Albany. And there are a variety of issues with it. But Albany and Berkeley were together on preferring this. But now Berkeley may be moving in a different policy direction. So that's something important for people who are following this. If Berkeley were to decide to go all out to have to eliminate parking and put a bike lane on San Pablo Avenue, then I think that we would need to reconsider our own planning for the alternative off San Pablo route.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good one to track, indeed. Councilman McQuaid.
I just want to ask a question. If you know what the timeline on that would be, if when Berkeley will make their decision.
Well, I think they have made their decision for the time being. They are sticking with, I think they're going to favor moving forward with the current plan,
okay.
which has the bike lane ending, I think, at Hines,
right.
and San Pablo. So that will go forward. But I think that they were also indicating that they may look for opportunities to revisit that at the earliest logical opportunity, which would not be soon, but
okay,
could come our way. Thank you.
Councilmember McQuaid.
I can report if
yes.
My turn. I attended the Housing Commission meeting where it was announced that SAHA has received 5 project-based vouchers for the project, the affordable housing project, which they kind of deliberately set out to give them to places that hadn't received vouchers before. So that was really good. And the other thing I attended was the art opening yesterday at the community center. And it's a really wonderful show. I think she had a show at Abrams Playground before, but it's a really nice, bright, sunny, cheery show. So try to get by and see it. And that's it.
Thank you. I don't know if you have any report to make at this time. No. Okay. I attended the board meeting of the Mosquito Abatement District, and it approved the memorandum of understanding with the employee group in terms of as a 3-year memorandum of understanding. I also attended with Vice Mayor Tiedemann an ad hoc meeting with the school board president and vice president. My mind is a little melted at the moment, so I'm not remembering all we talked about. I know there were 6 items on the agenda. One that we talked about was both the city and the school district waiving candidate statement fees to make accessing candidacy more viable for more people. We discussed how to further facilitate students going to and from school by active transportation rather than in cars. Those are the 2 things I can remember. Vice Mayor Tiedemann, can you weigh in?
Yeah, thank you. I totally forgot to mention that meeting. I'd say the other big things we talked about, just the return to in-person meetings for both the council and the school board, which is being worked on and will hopefully be soonish. And also, I think we received some information just about the school board's continuing issue with declining enrollment and how they need to get more students in to make up. And I think that's about it.
Yeah, and they requested, and Director Bond provided information on what projects have been approved or coming. Goes back to where we almost began this evening, of needing more housing for that as well. The school district is quite welcoming of more residences in the city now. The school districts, or the representatives of the school district over there, are also asked about what measures we might have on the ballot on the city side. If I recall correctly, they have no plans on the district side to put a measure on the ballot, so that's useful information. All right, report's done. That brings us to future agenda items, if I haven't lost my mind here. Yes, Councilor McQuaid.
Mason. That's okay. That's all right.
It's like landing in a city and getting the directions right, wrong in your head. And you never fix it for the rest of your life. I'm so sorry.
I wanted to bring to the council an idea which was suggested to me by a resident, and I don't know if I should have asked her if I could attribute it to her, but I won't right now. But the notion is that we have this sustainability statement so that we, years ago, I guess, we made the decision to make sure that sustainability was something we always thought about when we're making decisions. And it was suggested, really, we should be thinking about elevating that and specifically including climate as part of it. So I'm going to try to think of something that we can do to bring that forward. And a good example occurred tonight when Councilmember McQuaid, pointed out, well, you've got these machines, at the stroll, we've got, kind of those old-fashioned stinky machines. Maybe that's not what we want to have at an Albany event. And that's the kind of thinking that I think we'd like. This idea is to sort of promote that, to encourage both the council and the advisory committees to prioritize climate in all of their thinking. So I will be coming back with something to adjust our little sustainability statement and maybe give it a higher place in our documentation for support for our decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other council member have any? Yes, Councilmember Gary.
Thank you, Mayor Jordan. I'm working on the Juneteenth memo for our annual event, and I'll make sure I have it to the city manager by the end of this week for review for staff to put this on the agenda in April.
Thank you. Anybody else have any future agenda items? I will raise again the possibility of an item coming back on Street Saver. I actually should report out a meeting with the staff member at MTC about this, and my work on that started years ago before I was on council actually bent the curve a bit, not necessarily in the direction fully that I wanted it to go. So there's still work to be done there, but yeah, so I'll probably be bringing that back. And with that, I think we might be done. No, Councilman McQuaid.
I have a memorial.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Yes, we are going to adjourn in memory of this evening. Thank you, Councilman McQuaid.
Okay, are we ready? Okay, look, guess we're adjourning in memory of Lorraine Graber Eggenberger, who passed away on February 16th. Born in San Francisco, her family moved to Albany in 1925. She graduated from Albany High School in 1941 and married Joseph Eggenberger during the early days of World War II. Many will remember Lorraine from her years at Woolworths and El Cerrito. She had many passions, including stamp collecting and reading history and biography, but none paralleled her love of animals. She was a mother to innumerable cats and dogs in her life, all of whom were raised to be loving and joyous animals. Her father, Charles Graber, was mayor 1940-41, 46-47, and 50-51. Her husband, Joseph Eggenberger, was mayor 63-64.
Have a moment of remembering. Thank you, Councilmember McQuaid. And thank you, Vice Mayor Tiedemann, Councilmember Nason, Councilmember Gary, City Manager, City Clerk, City Attorney, KALB, as always, and those attendees who hung on with us the whole time. There's 5 people still attending. Much appreciated. Good night, all. Take care.